Welcome everyone. How's it? How's it going? Hi Picos. Yeah, it was a while actually, yeah. We got a brand new phase for Mantyke. It's good. It's chill. Bella Taco. Welcome. What are you watching? Name. Hold on, let me make the IG story. Forgot. Hi Tiago. How's it? How's life? But we have been locking in with fossils lately. I've only found Anorite, nothing else so far. I've done a decent amount of encounters actually. Oh, okay. I have something great actually. Yeah, very good one actually. Now I'm looking for the last 3 that are Shieldon. I mean, that has been with me since the very beginning. Kaburo and Omanite. I am. Welcome, trees. Oh, yeah. Welcome. Oh, that's tough. I'm the cause for you not to sleep, I'm sorry. Hopefully some sparkles are popping off. Nah, it would, like, I mean, last session I found Pelipper, so not expecting a shine really, at all. Alright. How is the ant? Are you liking it? It is the one, like, of the Pokemon that, like, runs, like, across you, right? Hold on, let me guess. To me, I don't know, 400 Ks? Okay. Keep it up. That one is a great one. 1000%. The evolution is one of the first Pokemons I've seen of the new generations. I mean, it is Gen 7, so it's not too... I mean, it is already pretty old, but still. And it was so good. Alright. Spreadsheet is goated, by the way. 100%. Too cool to keep track of everything with all the data, you know, the average, etc. By the way, guys, very soon the Easterman's video is gonna be up. Can't wait. I just gotta do a couple things on it still, and I agree. You should. I think everyone should actually. It's pretty worth it. Like, it is a bit annoying to start it, I would say, if you already have a lot of stuff to fulfill it with. But I mean, it's gonna take you some hours, then it's gonna be easy. But yeah, at first it's annoying. I don't even remember when I started, but I think it was like 2023 that like early 2023, I think. And there were a ton of data that I had to insert, but it was worth it. I was also doing it with notes at first. Then I dropped it because of it. Honestly, I'm team notes overall. Like I like to fulfill these babies with all my thoughts, you know. But I mean, like ideas and stuff like that, or just like notes. If I'm like, I don't know, if I gotta do like some math, like real quick. If I'm, I don't know, studying stuff like that, just write something there and then I delete it. And so I'm a big fan, but it just doesn't suit everything actually. Also, at the beginning, as I was saying, I was using notes and something else beside the average stuff, etc. Something else that is not the greatest is that like at some like the more you go on, the more you like, I don't know, change a little bit of the features you're considering of your shinies. For example, like I added an additional column to my Excel spreadsheet like recently that was like just about it was just a column about little notes about the Pokemon. So if it was from the Safari Zone, for example, or if it was a first level Europe, stuff like that. And going back, like if I was still on the notes, like I wouldn't have had the chance to, because I mean, like for example, the paper might have been like little, so there was no space. It would end up being a mess actually. So, ma bella Sara, welcome. Yeah, I agree. Also, when it comes to especially like organizing stuff that you worked for, so like shinies or not just like random infos, but I don't know, you kind of see like the entirety of your work in a single page is cool, I would say. Bella fra. How's it? How many episodes into Lost? Tell me. Lost has literally been my 2025 TV series, unironically. Not because I liked it, because I did, but because it was the only one I had the chance to watch the entire year. So, but it was a great one. I for sure didn't waste time. Yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm still looking for a shiny Tentacruel. I'm not worried at all. I'm 1000% finding at least 300%. But I'm still yet to find one. I've got Tentacool. I don't know if you caught up with it, but like I sent it on Discord. Oh, by the way, let me pin the Discord. Give me a sec. Forgot about it. I found Tentacool, the soft lock one. 31,000 encounters, I think. 31,000. I mean, not the worst, but still. Let me get the other chat. I just can't. All right. Okay. No. $100. So yeah, with Tentacruel I would be completing the line, but I mean, I want to see a shiny Tentacruel on screen, but I already see it being like, I'm just gonna be super excited at the first one, and then when I'm at the like 7th one, I'm like, nah. in the end, like, this one is definitely not even close to be the first target of mine that is this rare. The point is that when it comes to phases, I've always been so lucky. Like, the rarest thing I set as the target is coughing, and it was free, unironically. Like, it took 3 weeks. And also the other targets of mine that were like 20% or 15 or whatever were just like very fast. So I never really experienced the thing of like really getting the same phases like 1,000 times. But I mean, it kind of happened with Mr. Mime because it was a 40% swarm. It took 8 phases. It is weird actually, because I'm getting a lot of phases with the like 30 or 40% or 50%, and not with the rarest ones. So like I'm expecting for this Mantyke to be breaking the ice, you know. So being the very first sound that goes like hardcore in terms of phases in the end. Because like beside phase 8 or 9. I never went to double digits in terms of phases in my life so far. And that's kind of sad. That's probably why I'm like chasing it so much. And this one is not the best time to do it, of course, because there are only 2 Pokemons and one of them is mid, with this Pelipper. So, I mean, behind mid, I would say. So, I don't know, but I'm curious to see how it evolves, of course. Nah, my boy. We like it. The back sprite is great. Got a good back sprite. That's true. The front. The green. I don't know. Nah, like the Pokemon is not bad. I like it more than Wingo. A ton more. Like the shiny is just not my stuff. But still, like it's not the worst. Another bad thing about this aunt is that like you're not completing lines beside the fact that I got Tentacool, but I mean within the aunt itself. So like it's not that these ones are Tentacool and Wingull, for example. So like the exact moment I get another one, like a duplicate is just like it doesn't have like worth. But still, I mean, not that I care this much about completing lines or whatever, as long as it doesn't concern Gen 4. It's just a cool thing to have in the box, but in the end, even if it was a Wingull, a Pelipper, and then I was finding Mantyke, I would have just like found 2 shinies that I couldn't care less about. So still, but the point is like, the more shinies you find, the more valuable Mantyke becomes to me. So as always, I mean, I lie. By the way, it triggers me that like it goes with the Endo, I think. The chatbot that I'm using right now with the Europe handle and not the Europe nickname, like the real name. So so I see too unrested that is Goated as a nickname. I'm not gonna lie. But it's crazy. I'm crazy to see actually. I've been like used to the real name, you know. But we're from Poland right now, let's go. Alright. No worries. Got a charger. Oh, so it is a Europe matter? Oh yeah, I was in the Europe chat, I'm seeing it. Because as I was saying, right now I'm using a bot, so it just like mixes up the chats and that's it. So like it goes with its own rules. But yeah, I was looking at the Europe chat now, yeah. True. I mean, it's okay. Almost 10k on phase 5 on Kangaskhan. Let's go. Bro, that one is a great place. And also the Makuhita reclaim is insane. It's insane. If you mean if you can like customize the handle, you can. You gotta go to the settings of your channel. And just, I mean, not only settings, you gotta go to a section called customize your channel. Just like mess around there a little bit and you will find it. And you can remove the numbers if you don't like them. In fact, my handle, for example, is just like the same as my name. I mean, Jesus, not my name, but yeah, the name of the channel. Giving you some vibes. Let's go. I don't know, like today I felt like streaming, so here we are. Doing some Azuri right now when I get to 7k. Azuri, oh my goodness, with the eggs. Tough. GL. You are kind of bounded to the... You have a bond with the eggs, I don't know. I remember you doing multiple egg counts. Or am I wrong? Beside the... I mean, of course, the first one I can think to is the cursed one. We don't talk about it. Oh, I have no clue. I have no clue about it. By the way, like with these streams in the past years, we actually just built up a big 8 for eggs. We'll be known for the egg haters. Yeah, me too. Me too. I will have to do another one that is... I mean, beside the mana fig glitch, that one is not even an egg hunt. Gotta do Fiona at some point. But I mean, I will just like manage it the same way I was managing Riolu. Of course, not moving the eggs from file to file, but just like single out and row dog it. It will take like a lifetime, I guess. But it will be one of the very last ones that I do, I think. Just because I don't... As of right now, I don't want to pay that account to other stuff. That's it. Also, like, I'm still yet to officialize the beginning of the Live Index still. That will take place the next year, I think, if everything goes as planned. But... I mean, Fiona is gonna be one of the worst accounts to me. Just one of the worst experiences. I already know the other Riol is gonna be in the Safari Zones unsafe. But I wanted one with the eggs. And we did get one, let's go. I think, yeah, whenever I will be uploading the video, like the entire video for the whole Live Index, that I think will be like unironically more than an hour and a half long. I think the real clip will just like, I don't know who will manage it. I think I gotta do it this way. Like I gotta cut down the whole thing behind it and just like insert the reaction of the Pokemon and that's it. Just as I did in the compilation, because like if not the point of the video would be like hijacked to another thing, and the point is that I wanna stress the thing that I found the entire Live Index. By the way, I'm 20 shinies in so far in the Live Index. Thanks to the Badiou that I caught in the IRL. We don't think about the other Badiou that I didn't catch. That could have been just the end of the line, but still, it's fine. I don't even want to know how many Badious I'll be collecting in my life, so... Chimecha was nuts. I don't remember the first time I talked about it on stream, but for sure, kind of since the beginning of the past year, I've been talking about it. But It is just I mean, right now I'm counting them. I also have a spreadsheet. If you go to the links on my channel, if you want to see it, there is a spreadsheet with the entire decks. Of course, like, and I flagged off green the ones I got, and since the point of this living decks is that it is in its entirety it is live, there's also the link to every single video in a column, like right after, or right on the right. So if you want to check it out, there is the entire thing mapped, like tracked down, the entire thing. There are 19 found so far, but there are all the related videos. It is cool. I like doing that, actually. But yeah, I have a very cool journey that I want to start the next year. I don't know when. I think around like half of the next year. I don't know. It depends on when I close the One Piece one. That I wanna celebrate the beginning of the living decks with also, like, I wanna merge the beginning of the living decks officially and the beginning of this new little journey that is just like something that is inside of the living decks. Okay, so whatever thing I find is part of the living decks, but it's something a little bit like, it is complicated to you will see within a year from now, I guess. Of course, the graphic and the entire thing is already ready to be started. Like, I prepared it like a year ago, and the graphic is insane. I can't wait. And also the journey itself is pretty can't find the word. By Tentacruels, by the way. Cool. It's pretty I can't find the word, like, I don't know, there is a creative idea behind. Like, it is not a random journey. So it's cool. Yep. No worries, Eli. Have a good night. Oh, congrats. Congrats. Yeah, we found a ton of shinies. Like, I failed almost every shiny, unironically. It was extremely tragic by my side. It was like, first one I found was a Wooper that I failed. Then I found, don't remember if I found the 8% Arbok with the insertion first or Badiou, but I failed both. Then I found a Badiou that I caught after like 300 or 400 encounters. It was super fast, and it was like a fateful encounter, unironically, because it was like, I don't know, it was like we were very close to leave the house. It was the day before, I think, or 2 days before. I don't remember, but we were close to like dropping, and I was still like yet to catch a shine, and I caught that one, so it was great. I had a catch, and then I completed the last phase at home, as I did the past year, and it ended up being another 8% Arbok that I failed again. The reaction is priceless, actually. It will be fun to see, I think. Yeah, failing. I mean, my targets are Krogank 10% and Arbok 8%. In the graphic, there was only featured the Krogank, but just because of the sake of the hunt. Actually, I didn't want to insert also Arbok, but it is tough not to have an Arbok as the target if you are actually actively inserting the insertion, like the GBA game. So it is pretty like unwritten that it was my target, and failing twice almost back to back was insane. Anyways, yeah, and also in Jump 4 especially, it is one of my favorite shinies, actually. That's why I wanted it, and it really adds a lot of spice to the area. I'm not gonna lie, it was tough to see it go away. Like, I'm like, to me it's pretty okay to face shinies in the safaris, I'm not gonna lie. up to a certain point, I would say. I mean, like there are certain spots, especially when the Pokemon is something you want, that you are really locked in thinking like, I'm bringing this one home. Hell no. Anyways, here's whatever. Like at some point I will catch it. I know it 100%. So I'm not like I'm not worried really. If it is not in the Krogan count, it might be in the Scorpion. I'm still yet to decide if I want to do also a Scorpy for the living ducks in the... Oh, by the way, if you watch the past IRL video, I was saying in the intro that I was going for living ducks. I mean, that I was not officially, but I wanted to announce it in 2027, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, there I mentioned it. That's why I'm going for Krogan there. Yeah, I gotta see if I want to go for Scorpy to in the Great Marsh. As right now, I feel like I wanna do a Scorpy in the Great Marsh, and then I will do the other one in the Argol and Soul Silver Safari Zone, just because the hunt is like way easier. Don't want, like, since the Scorpion and Krogan count are like very are the same, literally same pool. I can't afford doing 4. I really don't know if I can afford doing 2. So 1 Scorpion, 1 Krogan. So I gotta see, like, once I start seeing really all the phases I'm collecting. Like if I get to a point in which like there is nothing I can still see and catch, and I already reclaimed everything I could reclaim from the area, and really I don't have any reason more to keep staying the place. I'll just like finish the hunt. So if it is Krogan, it is Krogan. And then Scorpy, probably I will double it up in the Argol and Soul Silver Safari Zone. I think, I don't know. Yeah, 1000%. Of course. If there are shinies involved, there is always gonna be a video. Still didn't touch it yet, but there'll be time for it. Of course, I mean, I'll be uploading it by the end of the year as the past time. I have the Mr. Man video to upload. It will be soon. Then I have the Tentacle video. It will take me a while. And then there is the IRL. I have no clue. It's just something that really builds up, like on, not really on the moment, but like, I don't know, it is something tough to predict, especially since there are multiple people involved. Plus, life, like it is not easy to put together 7 days or 6 or whatever. Don't worry. Are you going, what are you gonna do? No, I know you're not going to sleep. So at least tell me if you're gonna go on with Lost or you're gonna just play. Alright. Enjoy. Bye-bye. You too, if you go on hunting. Honestly, this year, the first time I opened it to everyone, because like I I wasn't expecting for too many people to come, but I considered doing the same, like building it the same way I did the first year, but I ended up doing it with the same people as the past year without doing it, because it would have been too difficult, actually. I didn't want to left anyone behind, and too many people are too difficult to organize, actually, so that's why. That's why there is no like additional section on the Discord, for example, as there is for the 2025 one. I had the luck, I gotta say, 1000% the first year, that in the end we ended up being few, because I don't know, like I was extremely new to the whole thing. I like looking back at it right now, I really don't know how I could have handled like, I don't know, 6 or 7, because like if really it would have been impossible, actually. Already like 4 was tough, since like these are like in-depth things, but if you think about it, try and find a table in which there can be like more than 4 people that can be recorded at the same time within a single apartment. These are all like logistic things that I thought about only when I was really like booking the house, the apartment, the first year, and I was like, holy shit, like I was about like to be cooked. Not gonna lie, but thank God in the end we ended up being 4. 4 was doable, definitely. But already finding out, like we have been literally dropping, like we were like on Booking, like checking for apartments, and we were just like dropping apartments that had like a table that wasn't good enough, unironically. There were just too many things to put together in order for the apartment to be great. That is like, there are like at least 8 things that I could be listing right now that had to be like present on the apartment in order for it to work out, because like the parking, the free parking, the air conditioner, the big table, a lot of like how's it called, chairs, like $30 people IRLs. That's crazy. I mean, I suppose it can be done, because like, just like if you, it's just like, it wouldn't be done the way I want for it to be done, so it is off for me. But I mean, if you want it, you can do whatever you want, actually. But it is too complicated. Like it is a vacation to me. Like I don't want to stress me. Already bringing the whole setup there. Probably the most annoying thing, not gonna lie. Not even like bringing it there, but like really having to delete the entire setup from home, like putting it to packages, like. Anyways, we do it. By the way, you see everything fine, right? On the stream, like the audio, everything. Because I don't know if like since I was off, something changed. Like there are some settings I gotta check. It didn't seem to me while I was setting it up, but you never know. I think everything should be working out. Bro, if you're like coming by like my city in Emilia Romagna, that is Bologna, hit me up. Even if it is like eventually close to there, I might take a train, no worries to me. If you can't step like by the region or whatever. The exact region. If I can, of course. If I'm at home. Because if I'm away, it's tough. Our favorite emoji. I gotta update a couple emojis on the Discord, not gonna lie. I wanted to add more YouTube emojis to Discord, but the point is it is tough to find them good quality. Like, for example, that one I can't. Or I couldn't, at least, at the time. I don't know if now someone uploaded them like PNG, like with decent quality, but that one might be very helpful. Also, I mean, you are not even too far away from Italy in the end. And Italy is a must, like a must to see, I think. Like to go there at least once. And I consider it also pretty welcoming as a country, so if it is one of the first experiences like abroad alone or whatever, I think it's a great one to go for. I mean, if you're looking for a travel within Europe, it's pretty good. Have you been hunting for anything lately beside Wimpod, Thiago? Like in the past years? So don't remember. I remember you were starting the birds. Yep. And like the average Italian person has it like once a week. Big plus. Oh, you got it? Did you send it on the Discord? I don't remember about it. There like there is a quantity of shinies that get sent there that like is insane. So, but I mean, now that I think about it, I have a little memory. I don't know. Anyways, congrats. Oh yeah, it was super quick. Like, it was like 300, stuff like that. Can it be? Can it be it? It was like before 1,000, like 100%. Anyways, I mean, deserved it. Like as long as someone like starts the thing and it is ready to like go for war, unironically. In order to get this shiny, a roaming shiny in Diamond and Pearl, well deserved. Goated. In the end, how is the pace when it comes to the birds? Like, were you just like targeting Articuno or you were checking all of them through? I guess you were checking all of them through, right? How was it? Because I've never tried it. beside like in one encounter during a stream for Cresselia, and like I was acting like a bot, like I couldn't handle 3 because like I was just so used to 1 that I was like just like going up and down, like I mean expecting for the roamer to get there like in a little bit, and every single time I was going up and down there was 1 when there was the full stack of 3. Hi Mar, welcome. Oh, 1,500, alright. Then there gotta be someone else that got a roamer that was super quicker than that, than your Articuno. Because I remember something huge being found after like very little. But I don't remember how long ago, so probably too long ago. As I was saying, I never tried it. Like, I mean, I've never tried to do like a few encounters back to back for the birds, but like it gotta feel great, but I still think it's pretty slow actually. What I'd like to know is like how many you're getting per hour from a single device. Like, I was getting on average like 33 for Cresselia. I would say I don't know, like might it be like 48, 50 that you're seeing per hour? It might feel too much. Maybe 40, 47. No, I think I will remember if it was Cresselia. I don't know. Maybe it was a dog. I don't know. Also, I mean, they look amazing in Diamond and Pearl. Also in Gold and Soul Silver, but I mean, they really look amazing in more of the games. But now I'm kind of paying more attention to them in Diamond and Pearl because I'm really not used to seeing them on screen, since I'm very used to their sprites in Gold and Soul Silver, since I was seeing them like often when I was a child. But that Moltres, that seems like it is like just, I don't know, wing attacking you. It's cool. Okay, so it was pretty much the number I was expecting. Okay, so like a number between like 45 to 50 encounters per hour. I mean, still pretty slow. The point is not even the pace. The point is that you gotta stare at the freaking map. That like ruins your eyes, not gonna lie. Thank God I'm done with that. But I really like the hunt, honestly. Just like feeling very rewarded after every encounter feels different than any other hunt. It feels, I'm not saying it feels better, because it does and it doesn't at the same time, but it feels strange. And it's cool. It's cool to, it is something that should be experienced, I think. Even without finding the shiny eventually, like even if you just like do like 3,000 encounters for one of the roamers, that you gotta check the map for, though, not Raikou and Entei, for example. Like, I mean, they are still amazing, of course, but it's just a different hunt. Alright. Makes sense. I don't know, actually, but I'm imagining, like, the feeling of, like, doing an hunt without counting encounters. You gotta be feeling, like, a bit of more, like, relaxing, I guess. Not that you're, I mean, not that I, or you or whoever really try hard in, like, clicking the button to count the encounter, I think. I mean, whatever amount you get in an hour is okay, but I don't know, it just feels like it is there chilling, you know? It's cool. terrible. Understandable. I would think the same, I think. 100%. Like, there is no way I'm doing an ant without counting. But yeah, remember you were rating to... I mean, to keep it up with the counter every time. Honestly, I don't know. Like, it never really bothered me at all. It was just like a little button more that I was pressing. Just... I don't know, like if someone right now was telling me like just... I don't know, there is a bot that counts it for you, like I would just be feeling like... weird about it. About not counting it. I don't know, like I think I would go for the bot. Because it could be more accurate than me. Like I feel like sometimes I'm skipping some encounters. Even if I'm 100%, I'm trying to convince my brain that it is just a feeling that I'm sometimes skipping the encounters. But I'm pretty sure that sometimes I'm doing it. So I don't know, but it is whatever. Like the point is just like kind of keeping track, like more or less, you know. It is not really important, like the exact number. Like, I mean, unless you are looking for getting an ant after 8192, which, guess what? I found a freaking shiny Seawater in the Mr. Ant after 8196. Oh, I was tough. Bro. I thought I deleted this stuff. Anyways, bots. Bro, it was tough. Do you like the chill out just picking up the console anytime, just hunting anywhere? It's fun. I wish I could do that because sometimes but I want to record them. But you can do it even with a counter. Oh yeah, that was so tragic. You will witness it within a week that I'm uploading the video. I mean, like, it is sad to think about it, but I wasn't really crying about it, but also because it was a Seawater. If I was finding Mr. Mime after the number and it was not the odds, I would have got pissed off, not gonna lie. But it was just a random phase. Like, but in the end, whenever it will happen at 192, it will be just a random phase, especially if I keep doing this type of hunts that I love, so I will. So it is whatever, it just happened, but plus I didn't count the last encounter that I did. Like I used not to, unless I, like, the point is when I see the Pokemons coming across the screen, I just like either count it because I didn't see the shiny and then realize that there is a shiny on board, or just like realize that there is a shiny and just like freeze up with my hands and don't touch anything. And in that spot I'm not counting the encounter in which I found the shiny, and in that spot I saw the Pokemon appearing right away, I think. Or like just before clicking the button. So actually if I just noticed it later than that, it would have been 8190. 82, sorry, 82. So it was like 8 encounters off, not only 4. Kind of. Because if it was 8192, I mean right now, like, to me the number that counts, despite of if it was correct or not correct to click the button and count the encounter, it is the one that there is on screen when I notice this shiny. Because I don't want to just like click the button if I like 10 minutes later because I forgot, you know, it's weird. So I was like, no, yeah, it counts. Like, it is completely fair. The point is that I don't want to have the thing of just like reacting to the shiny because I saw it before clicking the button and then just I'm 100% forgetting to click the button and then just remembering about it like 2 hours later after I turned off the recording, and then I gotta change like the title as a mismatching number from the title of the video, you know, that's the point. So for encounters, like, don't make any difference, so that's the whole point. Technically, I completely agree. I would also count the encounter for the soft reset. Like, there is this thing of like, I've been mentioning it a couple of times during these streams back then, but like there is this thing of like the soft resets, you know, you're counting the soft resets, so when you get the shiny you're not counting the soft reset because you didn't soft reset. But the point is not counting the soft resets, it's counting the scene. All right, so you gotta count also that one too. And to me, it is completely fine. The point is that I just forget when there's a shiny on board. So that's it. But 1000%, like I like after I reacted to the shiny, like I turned off the recording before going for the catch in order to see if I did count the encounter, like if I counted an encounter more or stuff like that, and I didn't. Because if I did, I would have gone back 1000%. Like as long as it is for something meaningful, you know. If it is just for the orange thing, if it is just for like getting a cool number on screen, I couldn't give a fuck, you know. Like if it is just like that I am at 99, 96 and I'm counting 4 and I want to get to 10Ks, I couldn't care less, you know. Anyways, gotta change the clock in a sec. There are a couple of clocks that are messed up since like I haven't been touching the consoles in a while. The remaining 2, because I've only been using 3 or 4. So the remaining 1/2. So I was using the last one for like, I mean, doing some like changings with the clock when I was going for the Mr. Mime Swarm. So I want to make it be as light blue as possible. Gotta be 4 AM. Alright. By the way, Mr. Mime was the first hunt that I did in my life with these worms. It was something that I've always wanted to do. Never did it because like it never crossed my plans in the end. But we did it and we got hella cooked. 8 phases for a freaking 40%. But we'd love to see that. I found Patrat, which I wanted, after 31,000 as a phase. No, 36. Classic Jesus. I've been like lately kind of in a 30k streak, and ironically with Tentacle, with Patrat. Almost all of them kind of at the same time. Not really, but close. Also, B-Sharp was 30,000. Only the phase. I mean, RNG loves me and hates me at the same time. It's crazy. There's a very toxic relationship that I got. It is what it is. Yeah, the Mr. Mime shined in phase 8. It was first phase Purloin, second phase Seawaddle, third phase... I mean, first phase Purloin, 6Ks. Second phase it was Seawaddle... Don't remember how many. Then Patrat, 36. Then there was a Seawaddle after Patrat after like 2Ks, free. And a Patrat after Seawaddle after 500, that was like in one day. And I was stoked. And then I got like 2 other Seawaddles and then Mr. Mime. And the other Seawaddles were one after 5,192, 5192, so 3Ks before the odds, and then the other one was 8196. The foreshadowing was insane. And I also pointed it out during the clip when I noticed about the counter, because sometimes I don't even. Since like what I really care about is the total encounter. Like the one you can see in the bottom, in the like the mid screen in the bottom right now. That one really is the counter, the only counter I really care about. The other is just useless. Just like I mean, to keep track of like where I am at in the phase, but just know what I count. In fact, in the title you can see like Shiny Bishop after a total of 55Ks. The point is that the target is Bishop. Like, I absolutely hate this thing, and I will always say it, and I will always say that I don't understand why people write, for example, Shiny target, that is like a low target, and then after 2000. It is not after 2000. It is after 80,000 that you did for that encounter, plus the other phases. So, like, what is like, stop minimizing the encounters. I could never. There are many things that I do not associate with when it comes to counting things in shiny hunting, and I can't wait to bring light over my thoughts about it with my videos. Not gonna lie. You will see. Anyways, 500 into phase 2. First phase was 11 Ks to 100. Clean. Don't even remember my vibes about the first phase. Like if it was like, I don't know, if I was expecting for it to be like, I don't know, getting over 20 Ks or whatever. It ended up being on average for me, so it was fine. By the way, right now, I was updating the total counter of shinies that I got. That are not like as many as someone could think, actually. I'm only on 163 full odds shinies. And it was the 63rd one. And my average is pretty fucked up, I think, as well. Let me see. I don't remember. Like, I remember, like, after Larios, it was like 10Ks. No, I don't remember. But it was like really, like, not right, you know. Right now, my stats are, you can check them if you want to in the spreadsheet that there is in the bio. I've done by closing considering only the closed phases, so not the ants that I have going, 1,300,024 encounters. I would have expected more. Average encounter per round, 8,588, so pretty close. Safari Zone score, I got updated. It was 9.3 before this IRL, then now it is like 9.7, I think. Terrible. Longest ever round, 46 Ks, and shortest ever round, 31 fishing encounters for Gyarados. Right now I am on 28 shinies found this year. I didn't do the math for the average seen this year so far, but I think it's a pretty clean average, because I've had long phases but also very short phases. Yeah, I think. So yeah. And right now I got 3, 6, 9 ants that are over 30,000, that are 30 Ks and 800 shiny Bisharp, 31,200 shiny Whismur, 31,600 shiny Tentacool soft lock with the showcase in the overworld, so worse. 31,600 for the phase for Markrow, 34,900 for Shamin, 36,000 for Patrat, almost 40Ks for Wooper, 42Ks for Coughing, and 46Ks for Larios. I collected a ton in the past years. In the past 3 years in the specific. Like almost 10 ants. No, yeah, let's say 10 phases with more than 30Ks seen before the shinies. It's actually pretty sad. Like, as I was telling you, I completed 163 full odds shiny ants, and 9 of them, so like a lot of them were over 30Ks. Yeah, me too. Honestly, every single time I was getting... Bella Scorti, sorry, didn't see you. Hold on. Honestly, every single time I was getting to like 30Ks plus, I was like, don't get there, only because I wanted for Larios to stay in pole, you know. But I mean, it will get passed at some point, but I only wish that whenever it gets passed, it is gonna be obliterated, like 80,000. Because if you gotta be 47, fuck off. But plus, I would say I would like for it to be a Pokemon that I care about, so just not a random phase. But it is most likely gonna be a random phase. Just like it is just how math works. So, but you never know. When I was over 30Ks for Patrat, I was like, this phase is being Mr. Mime 1000%, and it was also very likely because Mr. Mime was 40%, And I don't even have to tell you like what is up with big numbers and targets with me, with Wismur macro, coughing, B sharp. I was like, this 36k ant is gonna be Mr. Mime 1000%. It ended up being Patrat. It was another, it was like a side target to me, actually. I really wanted it because there was like no other chance for me to be finding a Patrat ever again in my life, because I'm just not setting up another ant in which there is the chance to phase on one, and I don't want to set it as the target because I couldn't care enough. So I was very happy, and I found two. And the duality of the thing, like 36k is the first one and 500 the second one. Over 1 million is tough? Is it? I mean, I've been hunting for a while, actually. I would have expected to have more, actually. Like 2 millions, I would have said. But still. I mean, you gotta be considered that there is a Cresselia, Mesprit, and a Raikou in between, so... Without them, I would probably be 300,000 more than that. Probably, I mean, I didn't stay on Mesprit this long for it to affect too much, and same for Raikou. Like, I hunted for Raikou for like 3 weeks. I was grinding a lot because it was summer, but it wasn't a long run. Cresselia though took a while, like considering that I was hunting, like if that hunt was like just another hunt and not Cresselia, I might be close to 2 millions, I think. Hold on. Let me check on Amazon. I don't remember. Give me a sec. Let me see. Orders. Buy again. No, I don't want to buy it again. Hell no. Let me see. So. Oh no, it shows me the price that there is nowadays. It wasn't this one. I don't know. It was Vengeance, the brand. It was two of them, 16 gigabytes each, so 32. I don't remember about the price. Somewhere I still got the screenshots of the prices, but I don't want to waste too much time right now. I think it, like right now, like I've seen that right now, that thing on Amazon is 500. That is like half of my PC, unironically. Let me see. I don't think I don't want to be throwing numbers right now, but I don't think it was even close to 100. But I don't know, I might be capping. DDR5. It was this one. Focus? No focus. Anyways. Corsair Vengeance. Hopefully I pronounced it right. DDR5, 32 gigabytes, up to 6000 megahertz. AMD Intel RAM. There is written. That's it. Yeah. I really don't remember how much it was. Coughing would have been cool for number 1. Yeah, I agree, but can't complain, honestly. Yeah, it's insane. But like, I mean, I what I can say is that I should have done it like way before. The point is that I didn't have the mind to approach the thing, and I just want just like postponing the thing. But I should have done it like 6 months prior, I think, than that. So at least, thank God I did it in time, because I mean, I think I would have bought it anyways, to be honest, but it would have been a waste. I'm gonna figure out how much I spent for those rounds, by the way. I mean, I might just Google price of DDR5 16GB RAM. What was that? Like May 2025 that I bought it? I don't even remember. Let's see what Gemini says. I'm not getting the answer from Gemini. Not even with the question mark in the... Let me ask the ChatGPT. Let's see if he caps. It says about 115. Yeah, I would say... I mean, 115 for the two of them, so like 60 each. It makes sense to my memory, but I'm not sure. Like to me, it could be from like 80 to 150 the price. It gotta be one within this range. I don't remember. I don't know how much. By the way, it's still like until now. I think that one is like the K like the most worth it K I've ever spent in my life. Yeah. I mean, it was a bit more than a K. It was like a K and 100, I think. But what about the remaining components of the PC? Like, are they also, like, beside the RAM, I guess the Intel thing is also bumped up, but that's it, right? After those two, or also like the K is the motherboard and that stuff is up. Oh, bro, by the way, like, to be honest, when I was building the PC, like, I was, so, like, when I was doing that, I was relatively confident, because in the end, I had trusted people to ask to if I was in danger. And also, in the end, you just gotta break the ice when it comes to just trying to put your hands into those things. So I was pretty chill while I was doing it. But at least in the back of my mind, there was still the thought of, I mean, if I really mess up something, it is whatever. I just buy it again, the piece I mess up. If it is I mean, it's tough to mess up the processor, so like the Intel thing. So that was the most expensive as far as I remember. So like, as long as it is something else, at worst, like I'm losing 150. Okay, still better than giving it in the hands of like random other people that ask me like. They charged me like 500 just to build it. So I was like, let's go. Thank God I didn't ruin anything. But it was a very stressful day, the one that I dedicated to building the thing. That's for sure. I completely understand what you're talking about. If you're just like new to the thing, you don't know anything about it, and you're just like following a tutorial. It took me literally, like, I woke up, it was like a Sunday. I don't remember the day, but I literally logged in. Bro, it was like since the morning to the like very late at night. I mean, not very late, like around like, I mean, like, I don't know, late still, like after the afternoon. One of the biggest lock-ins I've ever done. I'm not gonna lie. The worst thing in the world, like, I don't like, there are two choke points. One was that I like so I don't know the names of these things, but like I just like when you put the big thing on the motherboard, you know, there is a specific there is a specific side that gotta be facing a specific part of the motherboard, alright? Bro, I did it like in the opposite way. So I had to just like, bro, destroy everything and do it again. But it is something that like someone that is used to it just like unbuilds it very quickly and builds it again very quickly. It just took me a little bit, but it was just like a mental damage more than something tough to do again, because I just had to like detach a couple pieces. Nothing too bad. But the worst thing, bro, not gonna lie, was inserting that freaking thing into the case. Bro. Also, I was alone managing that thing without anyone that like I was like, I had my fucking phone in my mouth with the freaking torch, like pointing to the inside because everything was black. I have a very bad lighting in my room. It was like it was so dark I couldn't see anything. So in the mouth there was the phone. I was trying to see where I had to put the thing, and it was also heavy, and the case was like glass. No, was like, I don't know to call it, but do you know what happens when you just like throw a glass of water on like against a wall? It breaks. So if like something was falling from my hands, the case, it was dead. So yeah, that's what the tutorial that I checked was doing. It was building the whole thing and then inserting it into the case. And it had a lot of likes and a lot of views, so, and I got it linked from a friend of mine, so I was blind on it. I was okay, I'm just like copy what he did, and that's it. But I have a very strange case, so I don't know, like I don't remember if the video I was watching had the same case that I have. I have an aquarium case. I don't know if there is any different thing that would be suggested to anyone that has that case when it comes to like, I don't know, putting together the two pieces, but like the case and the motherboard with all this stuff on it. Also, another thing that I was super scared when I thought I messed up the, I don't know if it is the processor, I don't know if I'm hard capping right now, I'm freaking noob, but the Intel i7 thing, there is, you gotta freaking like put like some glue on it, you know? Bro, I did it. Like the one that you buy within the thing. I don't know how to call it. It was sort of glue, but it wasn't glue. It was something that was kind of like, I don't know. I had to put it there. And bro, when I had to like detach the whole thing, because I did it like all wrong, like on the opposite side, I had to detach also that one. And I was like, I think I texted Juge or someone else, I don't remember, and I told him, bro, I messed up, the glue, am I fucked? And he told me, no, it's fine. Yeah. And in fact, like I could detach everything and the glue didn't glue, so it was fine. But I remember when I was like, no, I messed it up, bro, and the Intel i7 thing was like 500, I was like, no. Yeah, that one, I guess. Also, there was that freaking thing, the metallic thing that I had to like I had to push it like so hard, like it was just, I don't know, bro, I gotta study again this freaking language. Give me a sec. It was like, I don't know, I had to put a lot of pressure on a little piece that was like a metallic thing that had to do a click at the end, and I was like super scared because like the person in the video was like saying, it is gonna be hard to press it, like you gotta use a lot of strength. Don't worry, do that. You're not destroying anything. But he did it like so smoothly that I was like, bro, I'm 100% messing it up if I'm going full strength on that thing. And in the end, that's what I had to do. Like I asked, I checked a couple things, and it was like, you have to press it super strong. And I did it. And it was fine. My goodness. Or it was the L1 experience, actually. By the way, fun fact, I recorded the whole process. I can't find the clips anymore. I don't know if I deleted them or by mistake or whatever. Because at first I was like, I'm a record it if I want to make a video out of it. It could have been like a very interesting video. Like Noob, the title, Noob builds his first PC. Parentheses. Asterisks. Cooked. But I don't know where the clips are. I think I deleted them. But I like I'm 100% sure that like from I mean like 3 years from now I would be randomly finding them in an hard disk of mine. That's how it gets like every time. But I recorded the whole thing. Of course, like it was not a tutorial. Like it is not that I had the freaking meta glasses that could like see what I was doing in the inside. It was just like me, bro. It was just like there was the webcam there, the PC, like my laptop was recording, okay? So it was just as if I was recording an aunt. So the webcam, as you can see that, and then it was just full screen, and I was like here on my legs, there was the freaking case, and I was trying to do this stuff. Also, like, I mean, when I was building the motherboard and the other stuff, it was like, I mean, I laid everything down on the desk, and like the webcam was pointing at the desk. Then when I had to put it inside the case, like the webcam was pointing at me. And it was like, so I think I deleted it by mistake because it was a lot of space and I couldn't manage too much, etc. So, but it is not something that I will do. I think I gotta have deleted it by mistake. But they are like, it is tough to delete like by mistake something like that. I don't know. I don't understand how I ended up doing it if I did it, because like in the clips, like when you see them like as a random file on the PC, they are like visibly something different and leftovers or whatever. So something you shouldn't delete. And if you gotta recover space, you just move it to an hard disk or whatever. This is what I think I did, but I couldn't find it on the hard disk. So I think it is done, but. It's sad because I think it would have been very cool, and it was also part of the channel, I would say, but it is what it is. And I recorded, of course, when I figured out that when I misbuilt it, and the thing that I was talking about before, that I had to detach the things and attach them again. Everything was on camera, so it was pretty funny. I don't even know. I mean, you guys know that in Italy we like it is part of the culture to just like curse a lot and just start insulting God, basically. It is an Italian thing, you know. Bro, I had to cut off the whole audio of that video, I think. No, yeah, I completely understand, bro. Like when I had to, yeah, 1000%. When I remember, because like the point is when I was putting the whole thing around the motherboard inside the case, there were also all those freaking cables in the inside. I swear I couldn't understand where I had to put them. There were like so many spots in which I could have inserted them, and there were 1,000 freaking cables. I had to check out like an entire video that was just completely dedicated on what I had to insert and where. Plus, I was already locked in on that, and I've been for hours that day. So like the more I was going on, the more I was getting tired and I was exhausted, and I just wanted to throw everything away. So when I've seen like all those freaking cables, plus also with the, I don't know how to call it, the thing that let me check the translation. I mean, yeah, the screwdriver. When I had to like use this screwdriver to just like attach the motherboard to the case, that was when I had the torch in my freaking mouth. That was hella tough. Also because I did a couple mistakes. Anyways, where am I saving? Okay. Repairable mistakes. Anyways. when I was putting the PC together with the motherboard, I think I literally, I don't know how to say that. I think that Juge, that is my boy, that helped me so much, because every single cable I was like, bro, there is a problem, help me on WhatsApp. And bro, I drained him, I think. He is way too patient. Way too, because also there was a problem, like I don't remember in the end the reason that was causing that problem. But you know when you are like, this was very serious because I was losing my mind out of it. I texted Juge about it. It took him and me, like that I was trying, and he was doing researches, literally I think 2 hours to solve this thing. You know when you are like with the motherboard done before inserting it in the case? Yeah, before inserting it in the case, you're just trying to make contact with like a little screwdriver or whatever it was in order to see if the thing was like turning on. Bro, mine, and it had to go like, there were like 3 LEDs. One was like red, then it had to go to white and then to green, like sort of. Bro, mine wasn't starting. It was going to white, I think, and then it was stopping. It was not turning on, and I was like, imagine like being like sat here like for 10 hours and doing this, and then at some point it just doesn't turn on. George couldn't help me. No one on the Italian server could help me. It was too much for my mind. At some point, like I kept doing tries also. I mean, George was coaching me. It worked out in the end. I don't remember what was the cause, because we like Googled like so many different things that I don't even remember. But I think it was like something plugged in the wrong spot. I don't. No, I do remember it. It was so you know when you like are just like attaching the RAM to the motherboard, there is. Hi man, welcome. There is. You gotta push it like so hard sometimes. It seems like it is just like plugged, but it is not plugged. I don't know if you like stepped across the same problem of mine, but this was the thing. Now I remembered it. And I attached the first one right, and the second one, it was not right, but it was invisible. So at some point, we were out of like ideas. George told me, bro, try and press even harder the RAM, both of them. Bro, I pressed it like so hard, and it just did the best click I ever heard in my entire life. I texted him like as fast as I could. I was like, bro, it was it. I wanted to cry, not gonna lie. Like literally, I thought I wasted a day of my life, and solid 1000 because I thought I messed something up and it was not repairable, and in the end it was just the RAM that wasn't like plugged in correctly. My goodness. How could I even get to the point of forgetting such a thing? I will never forget the freaking RAM not plugging. Like it might seem super stupid right now, but also George told me that it is normal as a thing, and it is something that like a lot of people mess up with, the RAM like not being correctly plugged. That's it. It was a cool odyssey. But at least I was able to close it within a day. That was because I wanted to start like I had literally, because all the components came to me while I was like during an exam session, you know. So I had the exams like the day after I took my last exam. I was like, all right, it's time to build it. I have had all the components sitting in my room for like 3 weeks solidly, I would say. And I was like, am I doing it or not today? But bro, I've never I didn't experience any problems since I built it. This was literally the best decision I could have ever made in my life. I was literally, I don't know, I was getting burnout from that laptop, but it was not I'm treating the laptop as if it is a person, but it was not its fault. It was my fault. I was pretending just like way too much from a freaking laptop. Like, it is insane if you think that I had 4 things connected to the laptop, 4 capture cards, a camera, a microphone, a keyboard, a mouse, also the thing that counts the subscribers that I have in front of me that you can't see, but it is another thing that you add to it. And also a monitor. I literally exploited every single little ability and thing that PC could have provided me, and it did it very, like, I would say godly in the end, because I was able to stream for 2 years with many problems, but in the end the experience that everyone was getting away with from these streams was still, I don't know, pleasable, I would say. For real. like out of nowhere you kind of start like feeling like you're a genius, and then at some point there's just another problem and you feel like retarded, and then you feel like a genius again because you solved it, and you just feel like, oh yeah, human being 1, freaking technology 0. Hell yeah. 3 seconds later, bro, this thing doesn't turn on. Anyways. Oh, all right. Didn't know that. At first I didn't recognize you. Then I checked out your nickname from the Europe chat, and I saw your profile picture. But these handles are, I don't know. Like, if someone unironically comes with a, like, with whatever handle that is not their name that I was used to back then, and by chance changing the profile picture, like, I'm out. Even if their name is the same, they might be like, bro, you forgot about me. No, I didn't, but I just can't see your name. Inserting it into the like, from what you were saying, I thought I didn't understand if you built it, that it was already in the case, and in that scenario I don't know how you could have done it or not, because, like, didn't you tell me that I was doing it wrong before? I mean, that it was like a minus what I did? No understanding. Okay. Oh, so hold on, give me a sec. Oh no, yeah, okay. I didn't have problems with that. The only problem it gave me, it was that it was very big, actually. I don't know. Oh, I packed it up. I don't know which model was mine. Let me check. Give me a sec. Okay, 8 gigabyte 5060 is mine, and it was relatively big, so I was like having trouble like managing the like doing stuff with that thing inserted. Like, I touched it 1,000 times, stuff like that. But it wasn't the worst for me, but I can understand. Which case did you go for in the end? As I was saying, I went for an aquarium one, completely black, with, of course, like a transparent part that makes it be an aquarium. It is very big, but it looks so aesthetic. I love it, actually. Since I also keep it on my desk, it looks very good. And also it doesn't I mean, there is no chance I just like kick it by mistake or whatever because it is on the desk. So even if it is a bit fragile, but I really like it. I think you've seen it. I sent a picture on the Discord back then. Okay. To me, they look very good. When I was asking for some advice, no plural, to my friends on the Italian Discord about, I mean, like first of all, in general, how to build it. They did the build for me. I didn't know anything, of course. So props to them. So I also asked them, like, is there any, like, is the case just like a pure aesthetic thing, or there's just any value that you can get away out of it? For the PC, they told me it's just aesthetics, and so I just was on Amazon. I was just like, PC case, bro. I saw that one. I was like in love, and I bought that one. The Black Pearl is the name of my PC, my machine. Oh, I'm happy to hear it. Let's go. Have you ever read manga? No, but I tried, and I'd like to. One day, whenever I will feel inspired, I have a manga collection of Death Note. I have the manga collection. I explained it many times in the past streams. It was I bought it because school. I'm not school. Like, let's make it easier. When I was going to high school, we were receiving like, I don't remember how many, but a lot of money to buy cultural stuff. So like tickets to go to the theater, books, comics, manga, whatever you can read or study, cinema and that stuff. And it was a very cool thing, actually. And I think it was very good, like, in general, also to make our generation like still be in touch with cinema, theater and that stuff, and also reading. I bought a lot of university books and that stuff, and I had leftovers from it. I didn't have anything more to buy, so I was like, I mean, I was obsessed with Death Note back then. I did some math, and the collection from the stores that I had in my city was kind of like the same amount that I had left over, so I bought it. And that's the only manga that I have. I read like half of the first one, then I got bored, but I mean, I know already the story. I know it is worth it to read it still, because there are a lot of insights and little things in the manga in general every time, or in the books in general, that add a lot of things to the I mean, not necessarily a lot, but add features and insights to the show. And that's what actually drove me to start reading it, but I didn't go on because I didn't have the vibe. But one day I will. I started to read. I mean, it is pretty weird. I will describe you what I'm doing with the Berserk manga, because the point is that I got very passionate about Berserk a while ago, and I started to see like in the background while like tidying the house, like cooking or whatever. I started to listen to a lot of YouTube videos of one channel. If you're Italian and you like Berserk, the name is Artifacta. Really cool if you want to check it out. I logged in a lot with those videos, and I started to understand, like to just learn so much that there is behind the story that of course is not shown in the anime, and is also Berserk is just like a sort of like manga only, kind of. The anime is just something that can help people that are not into mangas to get to the story, and then they just move from the anime to the manga. But if you're not used to read manga, as I am not, it is tough, but I got so passionate about this story that I wanted to start. But I don't want to buy the book actually, because they are too expensive. I don't want to waste money actually. It's not a waste of money, but it doesn't give me enough value for me to be a good thing to buy. So plus I'm not good at reading manga. Okay, let me explain. Since I'm not used to read that stuff, I just start reading all the the words, and I start the more I go on, the more I get. I don't know. I start just not paying too much attention to the drawings that are the most important thing, and that's what actually makes me not right now enjoy too much mangas. But I found a way to dodge that thing and to start to learn how to read them properly. And there is a channel, I don't remember its name, but if you want to know it, I will text you. There is this channel that actually is fantastic, because it actually cuts every single little panel of the page of the manga of Berserk, and it is a YouTube channel. Like you can see in the video, he also adds the soundtrack for the specific moment. It is fantastic. It is just as watching the anime but with drawings, but there is the music, and the music to me is the most important thing. Actually, it's something that is very lacking in books, in my honest opinion. It is something that I love to hear while I read. And this channel is fantastic because it gives you the panel with the music, and you have 4 or 5 seconds to read it. It is also moving in the screen. It is not static, as far as I remember. So it is even cooler to stick to. It catches my eyes more, of course. And it is a vibe actually, because it is a sort of kind of way to link the manga and the anime without reading the manga and without having to buy the thing, but still without having to read it by scrolling the phone. So I can just read it while I shiny hand, unironically, and it's something very cool. But I still didn't lock in too much with it. It is something that I want to do whenever I feel the vibe, which I don't right now because I'm more into other stuff. And also about reading, I'm more into reading other stuff. But I saved the channel and I subscribed because there will be a time in which I will lock in with it. And he is, I don't know if daily, but at least he was kind of daily uploading these things. It is so much work actually, so very good. And yeah, I think it is an insanely original idea. I don't know if, because before getting to this channel, I was trying of kind of exploring the world of mangas on YouTube. I was looking for someone that was kind of showing the page and with music without reading it, but the entire page. I would have never thought about someone that was just cutting the part of the page, only the part you have to focus on, and then there is in the frame after there is the one right right under it in the page, for example. I don't know if I made myself clear while explaining how it works, but I would have never expected for such a thing to exist. When I saw this channel, I was like, all right, this is what I needed. Now I will save it for later. Whenever I want, I will go on. But I watched the first episode in its entirety. I don't remember the episode on YouTube. I don't know how many pages it is in the manga, because I'm considering this thing as reading the manga. So if someone asks me, did you read the Berserk manga, whenever I will be done with it, I would say yeah, even if I didn't buy it or didn't properly read it as a PDF online, I'd still read it if I'm watching at the freaking drawings. And yeah, that's it. And I'm loving it actually. It's very cool. I read I've read the first episode. It sounds super weird, but it is very cool, and it is super worth it to read it. I already know the majority of the things about the manga because I've been watching those videos, analysis about characters, about the story, about all the insights. So I know all the characters that didn't make it to the show. For example, the School Knight, which I mean there is in the movie. Very cool. At least he appeared. It was animated. Very cool. And also I like the movies. I like the manga. I like the anime. Of course, like compared to the manga, I understand that. Like, I mean, people that are like super into it are like, nah, it is not worth it. The anime, but honestly, the anime is what made me passionate about it. So I gotta thank it. Plus, I think it's very. I think especially the films, which were very criticized, are. I was in the flow. They're kind of good, not gonna lie, to me. But at the same time, I can't wait to read the manga because there are for sure more than 1,000 insights that I didn't listen to on the YouTube analysis and that I'd like to learn in order to know more about the story. I also made a drawing. Hold on. I don't know if you're into Berserk. If you are, you will recognize this character. But it is so tough. Of course, the drawing is like I didn't complete it because I never completed drawings that I start. But I don't know if you know him. This is Void. It is the most the the most important one of the God End. As you can see, I didn't complete it. But the circumstances in which I made this drawing are very strange, but I will show you a picture of how it is so that you can see it. You can see a comparison, you know. This is the character. Also, I can show you how accurate the drawing is compared to the. If I can find the picture that I copied. All right. This is the. I mean, it was a bit more expanded. Oh yeah, it is this one. It doesn't focus because I had to change the settings of the face cam. You got the thing, and this is the drawing. I like it a lot actually, and you can see that there are 6 fingers. He has 6 fingers, because in some cultures it is considered as something like as a sort of like body, like a different way of your body to be built if you are related to like God or I don't know, I don't remember, but I this person that I've been looking the videos from was saying this thing in this analysis, because Miura, that is the one that wrote the manga, was a lot into like studying these cultures, different cultures and like putting them into his manga. Anyways, of course, I slept on everything because I started talking. They recently released Inazuma 11 manga in Italian. Sadly, I'm not interested into it, but I've been loving Inazuma 11 since I was a child, so I'm sure it's goated. Honestly, Inazuma 11 is something that I would rewatch, to be honest, a lot. I think I will. I think I really will. So good. Oh, sent a picture of the PC. Let me see. Nasty. Bro, with the yo, with the little action figure. No, that's a cool idea. Let me see if I can do that too. No, I can't do that. There is the fan like over the GPU. That's unfortunate, bro. That's a sick idea. Hold on. No, I can't do that. There is so much light, by the way. The only little lights that come out from my build are the little. There is a little LED that kind of changes from like green to yellow to red. Very little, but when the light of the room is shut down, like it's turned off, there is a lot of light, and I don't like to see light when I sleep. So I turn off the whole thing in order for the LED not to be showing. So this one would be like way too much lighting to me, but it looks clean. Oh, there's also Rowlet. I didn't see that. It mimetized. It is a Kecleon, not a Rowlet. Oh, so the sword is from Zelda. Okay. Clean. I like it. Really matching. My setup is a bit more sad than that. The keyboard is just black. I like black stuff, so that's it. But I mean, I wouldn't mind a very cool keyboard, One Piece themed. No, I'm kidding. I prefer a black keyboard. It is very small. I love it. I mean, it is a super cheap one. You can find it on Amazon. And also, I had one. Bro, this is the second one that I buy. Product placement. Let me. I wish they were paying me. I love this keyboard because the reason why I bought this one back then was because it was. I needed an additional keyboard beside the one that I was using. The one that was built into my laptop, and this one was the one that had the buttons that were the closest to being similar to the one on the PC. So I wouldn't have had to like, I wouldn't have felt like weird by like typing on different. I could have just like swapped them, like one time typing on one keyboard and the other one if I had to move my hands and type on the one built in the laptop. I wouldn't have found weird, you know? And so I was feeling good and I stick to it. Then one day, bro, it fell off my freaking desk and it broke. So I had to buy another one. It was pretty cheap, I think. It was like, I don't know, $20. And it came also with a mouse. Very cool. Not the mouse that I'm using, but a cool mouse that I can use if I leave and I gotta bring a mouse with me because the pad from the laptop is not worth it. A little one. Hold on. Hold on. I have a little figure of Luffy here that is not for me. I mean, hopefully she's not watching this stream right now, but I'm looking for gifting it to my cousin. She's into One Piece too. I made her go into One Piece, you know. Very little. It is like a thing that you put like close to the keys, you know. But I mean, we like PSA 10 stuff, so I don't think it is never touching a key at all. But this is super little, and it could actually enter. You're right. I will do my math about putting something inside. I think it is about time that I open it and I clean the dust. The last time I did it was a while ago. So 7, bro. You're 100 episodes ahead of me. Bro, I'm just so stuck into Dressrosa, worst arc. No, not worst arc, but tough. I just don't have the vibe. I saw that you recently coached Shiny Eevee. I mean, it was not recently. I uploaded the short recently because of the managing of my uploads. But yeah, Shiny Eevee in the bag. That one was not counted in the live index. I evolved it into Flareon on purpose, of course. I have other plans for Glaceon and Flareon and Leafeon that I won't be spoiling. But that Eevee was insane. Jolly female. Insane. I have trouble reading both normal books and manga. My brain is low. I'm not the biggest fan of reading too, to be honest. I don't really read too much besides what I have to study for university and what I had to read, like what I was forced to read when I was in high school. I prefer doing other stuff, but I'm kind of trying to force myself into doing that. Right now I'm reading a book. I mean, right now, like I'm reading it on and off whenever I really feel the vibe. I have it close to my bed. I don't know if you know the TV series called You. It is one of my favorite TV series, and it was, I think, a year ago that I saw a TikTok from some random persons that were saying that in the books the protagonist seems even more insane than from the show. So like since then I was like, since I really love that type of show, You, Dexter, Hannibal, those type of stuff with people that are like mentally ill. I was like, at some point I gotta buy the book. I got a little cool storytelling right now, because I was in America 2 weeks ago, as you probably realized from the latest upload, and bro, we had to leave, and I was left with some dollars, you know, and I wanted to go broke before leaving, you know, so I was looking for like something cool that I could buy to bring home. At some point, I entered this library, not library, a bookshop, with my sister. I joined it, and I was fresh of like starting a rewatch for You, because at the IRL we set it up on screen, and we started this show, and it was my third rewatch of that show. I've been like, it came out in 2019. I saw it in 2019, then every single time there was a new season, I was like eating it in a second, unironically. Fantastic show. Anyways, I put it up during the IRL, and it really caught everyone. And it caught me too. I was watching it again, I was like, goated. And so like when I left the IRL, I was like, I still had this thing. So I was like, I entered this bookshop. It was the last day before leaving from. I was in Washington. I spent the first like 6 days in New York. Then I went to Philly and then Washington. And I entered this bookshop. I just like looked at my sister and I told her, okay, if I right now find You, and it is less than, and it is $20, that's what I had left, I'm buying it. The bookshop was insane. It was a fantastic bookshop. I loved, like, it was an extremely crazy experience to move around in it. Like, it was like it had 3 floors, full field of any type of book, any type of whatever thing, very cool gadgets about like those things like Harry Potter, like all those like famous books. There was so many gadgets of whatever thing. It was very cool to move around. There were a lot of mangas and stuff like that. Bro, I go to the second floor and I found the book. I didn't see the price, and my sister told me, no, sorry, hold on. Because it was €19. It was $19. Oh no, yeah. I told her if it is $20, I'm buying it. She told me, yes sir, it is $20. I was trying to do my best not to buy it, not to fall into the trap, and I was like, but it was real. I was not capping. I told her, "Oh, that's unfortunate. I only got $19. I told you 20, because I mean to round it up, you know. But I had 19. She told me, flipping the book. No, it is 19. I was also rounding it up, so it was 19, and so I had to buy it. And I'm reading it, and it's cool. Again, I don't know if you have seen You, but the book has a vibe. Plus, I really think that watching a show and reading a book about it, as long as the book like kind of gives you more like some additional values, so depending on the way it is written or in the info that it gives you, the accuracy or whatever, as long as it gives you more value, I mean not more, additional value to the show, it is a good thing to read, actually, because it gives you, I mean, whenever I talk about books with people, their favorite thing is always the fact that they can imagine the characters, the circumstances, like the locations, etc., which makes sense. But on the other hand, also reading their description by already having seen it in a show is very cool, and the show is very accurate. I could literally read this stuff and just remember everything from the show, like how it was built. But something very cool is that, like, of course, it is a bella Andre, a bella Forlo, a bella Pino. Bella ragazzi. I'm fine. It has been a while since I streamed. I'm streaming now. It's cool. Anyways, let me get back to the book. Anyways, hoping you are having a great one. So I was like, again, I don't know if you have read or watched the show, but you are like inside of his head for the whole show and the whole book. And the book is fantastic that there is just, it seems like an entire stream of consciousness. There are like so few commas, so many times he says and then says something else and then says and. Like he starts like adding things, and plus reading what he says, like, so I don't know how to explain it without spoiling the thing or just like really talking about this show, but basically the point is that like he's obsessed by a girl, okay, and like he meets her like one time and he literally builds up like an entire love story in his head, and this thing like goes up until the point that like within, like, he just like met her and he started to stalk her, to like study her life without her even knowing it, without her even knowing him, unironically, and he knew already everything about her, this type of stuff. And so there's a lot of like thoughts in this show, and when you see them like in this show itself, it strikes like when he does like his own like very healed thoughts, but it doesn't strike as hard as it strikes in the book, because like you can read, like reading what he says on paper, like completely the I don't know, the crescendo that there is in his thoughts about her and about the fact that he thinks that she is also obsessed by him when she's not, because she barely knows him, is insane. Like you really understand like how freaking mentally ill he is, and he says things that are like insane. I don't even know how to describe them. I suggest you to watch this show 1000% if you're not like too impressionable by like blood or like occasional kills, you know. But I mean, it is great. Oh, ma bella Sara, welcome back. Let's go. Time to push. Have a great one, guys. That's sad, bro. Have a good one. See you in the next one. By the way, guys, remember next there is the Mr. Mime video. I gotta do a couple things and then it's gonna be up. So time to lock in. Let's go. I haven't uploaded a shiny video in a while. Actually, because the thing of like just putting together 1,000 shinies in a single video just like kills the streak, you know. The last video about shinies that I uploaded was like 2 months ago. It was like the Game Corner one, which I loved. Like really, I'm completely in love with all the videos that I've done in the past 3 years. But also, I mean, also the ones that I did before. But they were already, I mean, bit raw. I was not really conscious of what I was doing. Like, let's go. I mean, hopefully next one is close. Who knows? Anyway, if it is taking place, it is most likely being like during the evening, at night, like as this one. So make sure to be free. Have a good one. Anyways, I think I slept on a lot of stuff. By the way, if someday I read manga, it will be because... Oh, if you're still here, Thiago, I don't know, hopefully you are. Anyway, I will really suggest you to read it, even if I'm still yet to really go on. But it is very valuable. It is a story that is... It was probably on something when he wrote it, I think. This story is insane. Oh, Bucky's better in the manga? I didn't know that. I mean, it is not hard to think. Bucky, I remember we have been talking about Bucky, how weird it is. Super weird, but there is the season in which there are like the prisoners. Tough as fuck. Hella tough. Like, I don't remember. I think that one was the one in which, like, the first episode he was battling against the Mantis. It was like just a sort of shadow boxing against the Mantis within his own head. That episode was just nuts. I remember the first time I saw that, it was, I don't even know how much time ago. I think I was still in high school when I saw Bucky. Or not. I don't know. But I was completely caught. That episode was insane. I would suggest you to watch Bucky, by the way. Everyone is listening. You mean the character? I stopped watching Bucky when he was against Pickles. The Neanderthal, like the extremely insane fighter from like, I don't know, a million years before. Because I was getting like really cringed out, not gonna lie. Because like, bro, after having seen how Pickles completely obliterated the body of that poor man I don't remember the name of, you could see him in the hospital, bro. You don't have anything but a freaking neck. Bro, I completely removed this from my head. Oh my goodness. It was insane. Anyways, like in that season, like they were just like glorified. Like they were glazing him too much. It was just too cringe and I dropped it. Oh, okay, you were talking about the Mantis. Bro, it's insane. You were talking like that thing is one of my favorite one of my favorite episodes overall of things that like just really hit me. It really struck when I saw that. It felt like, I don't know, it is a vibe, it is just an episode that I would, it is one of, you know when there are like Europe videos, this happens to me with Europe videos more than like episodes of shows, but when there are like Europe videos that you like that much that like after like some days you gotta watch it again. I don't know. That one is one of those things, I've never been really watching it again, but when I think about it, it's one of those things that I would just like put in my playlist and on YouTube and just like save it as something that I would really rewatch again. because there is a vibe, like him talking with the little boy like witnessing his crazy battle with the mantis. Like, for those of you that didn't see that episode, you gotta imagine like Baki, that is just like, he got like the build of like Goku, unironically. So he is just jacked, and he has this little mantis in just like, I don't know, a cube of like a transparent cube. It is just like a sort of like pet to him, okay? And he's in this room. There also is like underground room, but this room that seems like one of those rooms in like mentally ill hospitals. I don't know, like with like white, I think white walls and that type of stuff. Like very like minimalistic room. And bro, he starts freaking shadow fighting against this mantis. Like shadow fighting means that you are just like kind of like making up your opponent in your head, and you're just like fighting a battle that isn't actually taking place because your opponent is not there. When you shadow box, you're just like boxing against the air. And he was actually freaking fighting a mantis that was very little, in a little cube, a transparent cube, and he was imagining her as if it was something insanely big as a dinosaur. No, not as a dinosaur, but just like as big as a kind of a human being. And also in that episode, I think that he explained a thing that I kind of really learned in that moment for the first time. That is that like bugs are the strongest animals ever, because like they are extremely strong compared to their, let's say, their size, okay? That if they were like as big as like animals that could actually fight to live against other animals, they would be just like obliterating. They would just be like freaking, I don't know. They would have a kingdom probably. They would just like be, as a lion is in savannah, you know. They would just be the king because they are so strong. And he was fighting against this thing, and I think he also got sucked. I don't know. I don't remember actually. But all of this within an episode of 20 minutes, and it was like, bro, it was tough. It was so tough actually. Imagine like you're like an 18 years old, like watching a freaking jacked dude fighting against a mantis, and just like, I don't know, it was just tough. It is on Netflix, by the way, if you want to check it out, unless they removed it. I think it is, because there are multiple Bakis. There is Baki Anma. It is split in different shows actually, but it is still the same thing. And I think it was Baki Anma, not only Baki, but I might be capping. I don't know. Over 10Ks again for 40, after 40 shinies. Bro, at first I didn't see it was you. I was like, this is insane. This is unless it is Sala, it is impossible. Because like I see you with the same color as Al, so I thought it was from him at first. I just don't read. I just see colors. I'm a bot. Anyways, this is insane, bro. Like imagine getting, but this. Did you actually have a streak of 40 shinies without getting to 10Ks? Did you find 40 shinies since a Geodude? That is like 3 months ago. No, what is that? Oh, that was fun in May. Yeah, Geodude was fun in May. You have found 40 shinies since May? No, sorry, I'm not getting it. Also because I know the shinies you've got. But like, you mean this year? No, 50. Since May you got 40 shinies. How is this even possible? It is August. Like in 3 months? Bro, tell me you're just capping. I swear I didn't remember about this thing. I remember you were on a streak of like super good luck, but I didn't remember you were on 40 before 10Ks. And I'm here fighting for my life for a freaking phase. No, I'm kidding, I'm at 900. Oh, this is actually insane. May, June, July, August. 4 months. Not even. Alright guys, I made enough. See you in the next one. Anyways, let me see. I wanna think about other stuff that I can say about Baki. The point is that there are episodes that are just like so gross about Baki, but it is that kind of stuff you get used to. Like overall, it is worth to watch it, I think. I mean, if it was this worth, I would have probably finished it, I guess. I mean, like, I can actually say that I didn't even finish Tokyo Ghoul. I seen it until half of the 3rd season, then I dropped everything. Bro, it is always the same thing with Tokyo Ghoul with me. Like, I'm a big fan of Tokyo Ghoul. The point is that, like, I don't know why at some point, like, I do the rewatch, because I'm like, yeah, this time I'm watching season 1, season 2, and season 3, and I'm finally closing it. And it is done for good. Then I do season 1, got it. Season 2, okay. Season 3, and I drop it. Hi, Viazzo. How's it? Let's go. And so, I mean, I think I should actually finish Tokyo Ghoul too. Tokyo Ghoul is so cool. I should definitely finish it. I mean, I should definitely rewatch it for the 4th time, and this time try and finish it. By the way, lately I've seen stuff that is crazy. I've seen Liar Game, that as far as I think is new. 2 seasons. It is like, I don't know how many episodes. I literally destroyed the thing in 3 days, unironically. And in fact, I nicknamed my Shiny Anorith after Akiyama, that is the co-protagonist. And it is so tough as a show. It is. I got into it thanks to a random video on IG of this guy saying, like, he was interviewing random people, and this person said, yeah, there is this anime is very cool, very underrated. The name is Liar Game. It is kind of the same type of thing as Death Note, but so like a seinen, but no Death Note, just like mind games and that stuff. And the Akiyama, the co-protagonist, is a con artist, so that stuff, you know. And bro, so great. It is. I mean, there are things. It is actually. I was watching it in English, so it was even a bit more tough than normal since it is not my language. But I struggled multiple times, like following the thoughts that they had going. I was like, wait, wasn't there a problem with this plan? And then, like, of course, it was the show that like moment of the show was made for me to be wondering the thing, and like 3 seconds later he was saying, yeah, because, and classic like animes explanation, you know. But very solid. I suggest you to watch it. It is on Crunchyroll. You can find it. See you next one, bro. Have a good one. Have a good one. Watch season 1, half of season 2, and never finished Tokyo Ghoul. Understandable. There is a lot of things that I wanna see, but I don't have the vibe to. But randomly at some point I do. So one day it will be Tokyo Ghoul's time to be done. The point is, like, it is not needed to finish watching stuff. You can just like to see those things and then just drop it. Like, I don't think there is anything wrong with it. It is cool to just like have the knowledge of the whole thing, and so like keep watching it even if you're not loving it. It is just like up to tastes. It's just a choice, I think. If you want to have the knowledge but you just are not enjoying the watch, or you just want to go on with the watch, and that's it. And this thing is like my problem with One Piece. So like there are some times in which like I'm just like out and I don't want to go on, and then at some point I just like watch 200 episodes. The point is that like I stop and then I rewatch the ones that I liked. If I was putting together all the times that I watch One Piece episodes, like the first ones, I mean the first 500 ones, I would be... I think I've seen in my life like more than 2,000 episodes of One Piece just because of the rewatches that I did. Was it worth it? Yeah. Could it have been better to just keep going with the show itself? No. I mean, I think everyone should do what they feel like doing, so... That's my vibe. I'd rather go on and watch something... like... If I don't have... Like, for example, if I'm watching Tokyo Ghoul and I don't have the vibe to go on with Season 3, to me it is correct not to watch Season 3 in order for my brain not to collect negative thoughts about the show. About a show that I liked. That was Tokyo Ghoul. So if I was like forcing myself to like watching the remaining part of Season 3, which I wasn't like into, I would have got away with like mixed feelings. And when it comes to mixed feelings, I think that what is more naturally to come out is just that the most recent feeling that you have been vibing are just stronger than the ones that you vibed before them, because they are just more like they are more recent, you know, and so they have just a different impact on you. Like many times, for example, this happened with like Ants that I started, I was very happy with, and then I was like starting to be like, when do I get done with this? In those scenarios, I was like, of course I was completing the Ant, because the point is that like when I start Ant, it is just like the utility goes up, then at some point it starts like going, not even, I mean, just decreasing, but still up. At some point it might be starting to decrease if like what happens, or it depends also like on what I'm experiencing in life in general in that spot, and makes me like probably not enjoy the Ant, because like I have thoughts and stuff like that while I'm hunting. And so like for whatever reason the Ant starts like going down sometimes, but you continue it because like then there is the warrior part, you know, there is the fact that like you gotta complete it, and when you find it, the thing that was going this way goes like this way, and it goes up, you know, and that's like, it is always like, it is a built-in thing, and it is, to me, it is a fact. But, and because of this, many times when I was hunting, and I was loving the hunt at first, and then I was like, every single time I was, and this is something that I started to do in my life in general with whatever thing, when I'm realizing that there is something that is making me feel very good, I try and stop and say, now this thing is making me feel very good. Let's remember it. And it is something that should be done with shows too. But I think that like it doesn't make sense to go on with a show if you're not liking the show. So it is more worth it to just stop and just wait 3 years until like your brain says, let's complete it, because I have the vibe. And then you just, overall in the end, in the drawing, you get more utility out of it. So this is economically a plus. No, I didn't. Hold on. Anyway, welcome, Hamzing. Sorry, it took me a while to read your name because I was seeing the blue name written here and it is literally invisible with a black background, so I couldn't see it. I didn't read it because I'm not caught up with One Piece. I didn't watch I'm not even close to be at that point, but I'm not reading the manga. I'm just watching the show. For example, that one is a manga that I don't think I will ever be reading, the One Piece one. I think it is enough for me to just watch this show. But I mean, never say never. You never know. But I just don't have really... I don't know. I don't have really the drive. Never read it, like I never thought about it. Yeah, but I mean, I think about spoilers with philosophy. I don't really care. I'm very behind still with One Piece because I'm stuck at episode 700. Now, like around that. I don't remember exactly the episode where it was just like it was Dressrosa and there was like Sabo looking for the ace fruit, you know. And I'm kind of okay with spoilers, to be honest. But honestly, I don't really catch them too much. Not gonna lie. Even if I am on TikTok, and I love anime edits, so I love them a lot. And when I see a One Piece one, I like it. But first of all, I don't see many. It doesn't happen for me to like come across many One Piece edits, so I don't get really spoiled from them. And edits are the only things that really spoil me stuff, because I'm not really, I don't know, for example, like on IG, on Twitter, on that stuff, like I never like really engage with that content, so I don't receive it back. So I'm really out of the world in those terms. But of course I do know about like Gear Theft, how it is, and some other things, but I'm really still very new to whatever I would be seeing from episode 700 on, so I'm really not scared. Like I never had my experience really ruined. Something that I gotta be more I don't have the words, I'm too tired. I'm more careful about is just like not getting too much spoiled with Naruto, actually, because like on the other end, on the opposite, on TikTok especially, I see a lot of edits about Naruto, Sasuke, and all the characters, because every single time I interact with them, because they are just too big, and so I saved them all, and it keeps giving me more. And bro, like I only saw the baby Naruto, not Boruto and others. So I don't want to get spoiled, because at some point I will watch them. So gotta be careful. But I already got spoiled on multiple things, unfortunately. There are things that I've always known. Spoiler alert! Mute this stream for. Hi Jonathan. How's it? Mute this stream for 10 seconds. I must spoil a couple of things in Naruto. Like for example, Jiraiya. You know, that one, like since I was in middle school, I started to watch Naruto in middle school. First year, I was very young still. And I already knew that. I still didn't even see it, him dying. But I already know that because like I've been talking about it with friends of mine. They were telling me, oh, Jiraiya. And so... like also the Kakashi's stuff, like unfortunately I already know those things, but in the end it is not the worst to get spoiled about those things, because like those are just like choke points, but there is an entirety of things around it that still make you build up the hype around like I feel like I were like not about these shows, but about other shows that I got spoiled, and or for example when I'm doing rewatches, I already know how the thing is like developing, but I still feel the same things that I felt the first time that I see it. So even if I get spoiled, I'm still like feeling the same things I would have felt if I wasn't getting spoiled. Maybe a little bit less, because like I wasn't certain about the death, because you know, for example in One Piece they never die beside the goat, but unlucky. I don't know, it's not the like I don't really get too pissed off, that's what I mean. If I get anything spoiled, I try not to get spoiled, but it is whatever. For example, I honestly I would really like to see Luffy in action with the Gear Theft. from what I like. I mean, from what I know about it, it is something that I would really like, actually. Despite of this one, hold on, give me a second. Despite of this one being my favorite form for Luffy, which I still didn't see in the anime, by the way. This one is so good looking, Luffy Taro. This thing is so heavy. The concept behind the Gear Fifth is something that whenever like it will be presented to me in this show, like with all the details, etc., and I don't know, I think I will fall in love. Anyways, where am I in One Piece? Around episode 700, Dressrosa. Naruto. So I'm still trying to understand which episode is the last one that I saw. Like to which episode I got to. Because the thing is, I watched it when I was very young, the first time. And I freaking don't remember if I finished the whole Naruto kid story or not. But I've been starting a rewatch like some years later that I didn't complete in the end because I didn't have the vibe. And now I started another rewatch. Now, I mean, like 2 months ago. But every single time, the more I go on with the rewatch, the more I feel like I really got to the end when I watched it the first time. But I really don't remember if I got to the end of the first saga. But I would say I 80% chances did it. So I would say, to answer to you, that I finished Naruto, but I didn't see anything else beside Naruto. So I saw that one and not the others that I'd like to see at some point. But I don't know when, because right now I'm watching Spy Family. Goated. I'm loving it so much, actually. Completely binging the episodes, not gonna lie. Even if in the past 2 days I didn't watch any, I was too busy, but goated. Also, I discovered all the memes about Anya, like the pain thing, like war shall know pain, and there is Anya instead in the manga draw. It's fantastic. And the show itself is so good, actually. I really suggest it. It is a very light watch, and it is it caught me a lot. I wouldn't have expected it, actually, to be honest. It is like many times it is very funny, many times it is very serious. Like you're just, like, I don't know, there is like a lot of like stuff going on, you're just focused on it, like it is something like life or death, you know, some of those moments. And like shows that are able to balance these things are, I mean, it's something good, my honest opinion. No, I don't know, is it like a spin-off of Spy Family, or is another show completely? Anyways, no. But something else that I started that I still have going. As I'm talking right now, it seems like I have 1,000 shows going. The point is that I really don't. I just like stopped watching them, and but I have 2 going right now that are Spy Family, and the other is Great Pretenders. Or Great Pretender. I don't know if there is plural or not. It has been a week since I last saw it, Great Pretender. But I will go on whenever I feel like, and that one is great too. I'm liking Spy Family more, I think, but I'm still at the very beginning of Great Pretender. Very cool. Very cool. Okay. Let me see if I can find it in a not recommendable way online in order not to pay. Give me a second. Let's see. I would like to know what it is about, if you want to mention it. Let me see if I can find it in English or Italian. Because, disclaimer, I don't like to watch shows in their freaking original language. I don't care. I wanna watch it in a language I can understand. I'd rather to watch stuff in English because they're just way too tough in English. But there are some that are insane in Italian. I found it in Italian. Yeah, I'ma watch it. Let's go. Let me save it. Tell me if it is. Tell me what it is about. I'm curious. Another thing, goated that I don't know why I don't go on. Sometimes I just like stop and then I go on again like later on. But JoJo, goated. I watched until Stardust Crusaders, but it has been like I think a year since I watched it. Since I last watched it. And they were like in their ride in order to heal the Jotaro's mother. So of course mid ride still. And I don't remember the last thing I saw, but I think it was like a few episodes after the stand that is able to control your dreams. I think I went a bit farther than that. But absolutely loving the whole show, the characters, everything. Fantastic show. Which means only has one episode. They still gotta drop the others, I suppose. Basically, it takes place in a world that's full of magic and it doesn't have any magic powers, and I was into magic school to try. Okay. Alright. Nice stats. Clean. Let's go. Okay, so it is like Rock Lee stuff, the GOAT. I understand. It is already starting very good to my eyes. Not gonna lie. I can't freaking name a single Naruto's character that isn't freaking goated. Unironically. It is probably one of the toughest shows that I could... If someone was asking me, my favorite character, I'm putting myself in a very bad spot right now because I'm kind of just introducing myself to the answer, but I don't have an answer. But now I feel like I gotta give an answer to my question, bro. I'm an idiot. Also, I didn't even saw these many characters, so I can't really... I don't know. That's a good number. And tell me your shortest phase. I wanna see how crazy it is. Bro, before I had a really, really short phase. Really, my Gyarados is it is the only really short phase I've ever had, beside Togepi. That was before 100, but I wasn't hunting for it, and that story that you already know. Thinking it took me these many years to just find a freaking shiny before 100 encounters is insane, considering the amount of times I went over 30,000. I didn't do the math because I don't want to, but I don't think that... I think that it should be kind of almost as rare as finding a shiny before 100 to go over like 30Ks. I don't even know. 96. Crazy. You need a shiny recap? I mean, what is the last shiny you remember? And then I will list you. I mean, let me list. Hold on. So like, right now, like I got a lot of uploads. Actually, I went from like having an empty backlog to having like 3 videos to upload within like 2 weeks, unironically, because I found Mr. Mime that unlocked the whole 7 phases before, that were 4 Sewaddles, 2 Patrats, 1 Purloin, and 1 Mr. Mime to crown the video. Then I found the Softlock Tentacle after 30Ks with the encounter in the Overworld. Can't wait to upload that one, but I still gotta fix the script of what I'm saying in the video. It is gonna take a while. Then I have the shinies that I found at the IRL that are 4. Don't wanna go on it again. I failed everything, literally. I failed a Wooper, free catch. I failed a Badu, free catch. I failed an 8% Arbok that was one of my targets. Tough catch, you have like a 20% success rate overall. Not 20% each ball, like 20% overall to get away with a win, and I failed it. I caught a Badu randomly after like 200 or 100 encounters, I don't remember. Only one code. Then after I got back home from the IRL, I completed the last phase at home as I did the past year with the Wooper that took me 40,000. Bro, I found another Arbok and I failed it. Bad ass, Drew. All good. What about you? I failed another 8% Arbok with almost back to back. Like I found Arbok, Badu, Arbok. And I had 2 targets, Arbok and Krogank, 10 and 8%. That was tough. And these are the ones that I'm still yet to upload. And the Mr. Mime video is gonna be up in a little bit. Yeah. And then like the ones before this one. Oh no, then I got Shiny Anorith, but I'm still like very far away from uploading it because I gotta find still 3 other fossils before uploading. I want to upload the entire video. I already prepared the thumbnail for it. I was texting this thing to Al a couple of days ago. I already prepared the thumbnail for the fossils journey, and I love the thumbnail. I've been cooking some thumbnails that I'm loving them so much, not gonna lie, in the past years, and can't wait to upload that video only because of that thumbnail. But I did it like 4 or 5 months ago, unironically. So I found Anorith, but I'm still looking for Shieldon, Ammonite, and Kaburo. So yeah, and then I found a Pelipper here, but it was like 3 months ago. It is so cool. Bro, I was so tempted to send you the thumbnail when we were chatting. But then I was like, nah. It will be cooler with the upload out of nowhere. Also, I might even do a couple changes. You never know until the very minutes before uploading the video. I wouldn't dislike like being done with the fossils within the end of the year and uploading that video. So that like in this year, like within this year, I completed the little quests I had going. The little side quests, because like I don't really consider even them quests. They are just like, I don't know, they are very standard. Like going back, I wouldn't have started like any of the 2, not gonna lie. I was doing it, you already know why, like I was doing it just because I wanted to have like a safe backup plan, stuff to hunt for like every now and then. But it ended up just not being anything that I really cared about, even though, like, I mean, I didn't have too much fun at all in the hunt with the game corner. As long as it is shiny hunting, I like it, of course. But it is definitely the hunt that I like the least. And the fossils is kind of close too, because like collecting the shinies that way, like in the party. I mean, unless at least I could just be showcasing them in the overworld, but I'm not doing that for the fossils because I'm going on with them. Like, I'm single hunting for 3 different fossils at once, and 1 fossil is on Platinum. And I didn't want to move it to Soul Silver and Earth Gold in order to have the showcase in the overworld. So, plus, like, the first ones that I found, like Lilip, Aerodactyl, were not found with that showcase. So I was like, I'ma drop that thing for the fossils, and I'ma use it. Like, I'ma do it for other rounds, as I did for Tentacle, for example. So in the end, also the fossils ended up being just scroll down, like party scroll down ants. That is not what I really like at all. Cause like I just find the shiny and everything like ends right there. I move the shiny to another game and I go on hunting. Like I don't even have the time to take a look to it. Of course I could actually open the box and look at it, but I just don't care. I wanna look at it while I catch it. So, but I'm actually having a great time with the fossils. Like when I took them back, like once I got back to Italy, I was like, I mean, I picked up the fossils because I didn't want to go for Gothitelle, because I want to be done with Mr. Mime in its entirety before starting the Gothitelle hunt. I will explain later why. So I went with the fossils, and at first I was like, I'd much rather be random encountering right now. But after a couple of sessions, I was like, I'm kind of vibing it. And sometimes I kind of feel like that what I'm watching really dictates if I'm liking the hunt or not. It seems strange to say it this way, but I mean, it might be just because this hunt is a mid-hunt. I mean, the fossils hunt is a mid-hunt, and so I'm relying a lot on what I'm watching in order for the hunt to like just pass by and fly. But I've had like multiple sessions in which I was really caught by what I was watching, and I just didn't feel the hunt at all. And this just doesn't play a good thing for the hunt, because it means that it was so boring that I had to find something that was actually it's not going great actually. I'm kind of like digging the freaking fossils. Anyways, like I'm liking them, not gonna lie. The fossils are great as Pokemon, so that's already relatively okay as a thing. So at least I'm looking at Pokemons that are cool, such as Kaburo, very cool, Anorit, very cool. I mean, Aerodactyl, Lilip are already done for good, but also Shieldon is cool. They are cool Pokemons and very uncommon, so it is cool to see them. It is way cooler than just like Sandshrew, Ekans, Abra, even Eevee in the game corner. Like Eevee is a Pokemon you see everywhere, so I mean, like not everywhere in the wild, but in general, it's not a Pokemon that you just like. It might be I don't know, on Twitter you can see EVs around, while like fossils are already just something my eyes aren't really used to, so it was okay. Plus, recently Salah found Kaburo, sent a picture, and it looks actually insane. Like, I've never been a fan of Kaburo as a shiny, but it's sick, not gonna lie. Anyways, I didn't want to hunt for Gothitelle because I realized that I was getting I was getting super confused in the timeline that I have in my mind about the hunts for the One Piece journey in particular, because when I uploaded I used to like kind of cross the uploads, so I was kind of like editing the Sandal video and I was already hunting for Bishop. While I was editing Bishop, I was already hunting for Mr. Mime. So right now I can't really tell you if in 1 month I was hunting for one or another one, because like they are all mixed up in my mind because of the fact that I was hunting and editing two different things that are very similar in the end. Because in the end, like I was for example both Bishop and Mr. Mime in the grass, and to me, bro, hunting in random encounters in Gen 5, unless the place is something different, such as like the desert or the strange house, for example, for Gothitelle, but I think it would apply to that spot too. It just feels like all of the same thing. I don't know how to explain it, but it kind of seems like the same thing over and over, while, for example, Hunting in Gen 4 gives me a different vibe. And after having locked in Gen 5 for this long, I mean, a few months, but getting back to the fossils, at least it is Gen 4, I wanted to do it. It's fine. But yeah, I decided to postpone Gothitelle until I upload the Mr. Mime video, because I would have started like getting confused. Like, I don't know, it seems like all the things like put together chaotic. I don't know, I don't like it, so that's why. I finished Viridian in black and white at 9Ks. Okay. Hopefully, I mean, Viridian is a great shiny, very good. Yeah, I prefer Terrakion from the quartet, because there is also Keldeo, but Viridian is valid. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, there is also Kalos that is very good. I really like it. But in terms of shiny hunting, it is not really about the region, it's about the Pokemons. I think Gen 5 is plenty of fantastic Pokemons. And I'd like to hunt for more Pokemons from Gen 5. The problem is that it is Gen 5. If I was able to find a Cryogonal in Gen 4, I would have already found it, probably. That is one of my favorite shinies and Pokemons from Gen 5. But at least I was able to build a team for the One Piece journey that was like merging my tastes plus like Pokemons that were fitting the characters, etc. And so I was able to find really some of my favorite shinies of all times from Gen 5. I'm seeing this little adventure that I'm having in Gen 5 as a sort of like kind of me escaping from Gen 4 and just like taking a trip like in vacation and just like getting back. Then of course vacation gotta end at some point, but we are still far away. But it is like as if I was like I was going like abroad for like college and I was getting back to Italy for like, I don't know, the vacations. This fits it more, I guess. I finished the Oni. That's unfortunate. So that I'm doing like some hunts, that I'm going on with the hunt in Gen 5 and then I'm doing some Gen 4 because I gotta do some Gen 4. Must. And so right now I'm having a great time. Gen 4. Never gonna deny. No, use the repel. Okay. But yeah, so like such as like B Sharp, Patrat, that I was super happy to find. You will see it from the video. I was like stoked when I saw Patrat coming across the screen because I wanted it so much. And after not having found Braviary when I was hunting for B Sharp, it was sad. I was expecting it because like I would have had to be really lucky to find Braviary. In the end, it is a low percentage, and I was kind of hoping, or I knew that it could have just happened that I was not finding. But after not having found it, finding Patrat, it was my side character after Mr. Mime. It was very good. And there is really nothing else that I'm really hoping to phase on from now on, because in Strange House, like there is nothing super special that I need to find because I like it. And same for the White Forest, and same for the last hunt, that is Mandibuzz, that is my favorite Pokemon in Gen 5 as right now. That is my target, so I won't leave until I find it. And unfortunately, in that route, that route is the one in which you can find Braviary, but it is Braviary or Mandibuzz. And I went in that same route for Bishop in white, so that I couldn't find Mandibuzz before its time occurred. But I didn't find Braviary either, so that's unfortunate. But yeah, it is more about the decks rather than the region. The region, I'm not the biggest fan of the region itself. I've never really been too much into those series, the geography of the thing. I feel way more home when I am in Kalos. When I was in Kalos, like I don't am there, unfortunately. But Kalos, I would say Kalos is my second region. After no, there is Johto. You know, I don't even know, because like I love Johto. Like Sinnoh is my home, unironically. I think I feel more home in Kalos, but I think it is also because of the music. The Gen 6 music, the Gen 6 vibe that it gave me when I was playing when I was a child, and I played Soul Silver before Pokemon Y. I don't know, it is very similar to Sinnoh to me. The vibe that it gives away. Sinnoh is above to me, but I hate Terrakion not for the shiny form, but for the Pokemon I can find one positive. Fair enough. It is a particular Pokemon. Also the shiny is it is a very unique Pokemon. It makes sense that it is not. You're not the first person that I hear saying these things. It is. There are mixed thoughts on Terrakion. I think it is a great one, but it is understandable. The shiny is very strange. Honestly, in the regular forms, I'm also a Terrakion fan. I would go for Terrakion in both of the spots. I've never really understood why Cobalion had to be looking. Cobalion is like too goofy. There is that the chest of his like. It's too weird. It is a cool Pokemon, but it had to be shaped a bit differently, and it would have been goated to me. It would have been the definition of noble, such as Bishop. Like Bishop is goated, and Cobalion would have given me that exact same vibe if only it was just like more good looking. My record for a shiny was 46,488 for Larios, the static encounter Larios. That's the longest I got. Not even this long, not even this many actually. There are many people that got like phases that were way longer than this one as their longest hunt. The thing is, I've never had too many super long hunts, but I've had many that were very long, but never a single one that was insanely long. I'm always stopped. I'm as I was saying before, I got nine hunts over 30,000, and I only have 163 shinies, so a 16th of my shinies was found after 30,000 kind of. But it was like getting to 30Ks and stopping at 30Ks. Only one went over 40, or only two went over 40, but 40 is still fair. When you honestly, the like insane, like something starts to be insane to me after probably 60, I would say. But maybe if Larios came after 60, now I would be saying after 70, just because I didn't get it. So I don't know. After 50, it starts to be interesting. It depends on the hunt. But I mean, 50 is 50, even for a random encounter hunt. Braviary is a great Pokemon. Bro, I've seen the the latest upload from Shiny Collector 98 about the bravery, bro. He found like the best possible Pokemon he could have found, like while flying. Such a cool video. Check it out if you didn't see it. Super cool. Like that hunt that was legendary could have ended on a Wingull or on like Altaria, I think. Like I know all the Pokemon that I saw from his videos, because I don't know which other Pokemon you can get while flying. But Bravery was like the most ambitious one, I would say. I don't even know if it is rarer than the others, but it is just the most fantastic to see. You know, series are pretty great, but I respect your opinion. It's fine. I've never vibed Unova even when I was a child. It has always been those games that I was just like keeping in the like they were just like side games. Literally, I played them a little bit and then I went back to Gen 4. So I never really had a childhood in Gen 5. I've had the games, I played the games, but for example, I barely remember the story, and even if it is super good, it exists, right? But I don't really know the insights and that stuff because I barely played. By saying barely played, it means probably 300 or 400 hours were spent when I was a child. No, but 200, I would say, give or take. But there is nothing compared to the amount of hours I spent in just even messing around in Sinnoh, unironically. Great soundtracks. I'ma tell you, I'm not even the biggest fan of soundtracks in Unova, not gonna lie. Like, to me, they are not even comparable. But I prefer even Kalos to it, for example. Don't want to say that Kalos is... I mean, it sounded like that I wanted to say that Kalos is shit. Kalos is super good, in my honest opinion. With the music, especially the music in the fairy town. But the entire vibe in Kalos is fantastic. I wouldn't mind one day making some videos out of it, but I don't have a capture card. But I was saying this also at the IRL with Verzi, Sala, and Ring. If I had a capture card, maybe I would some phases in Gen 6. I'm kind of like vibing that thing lately. Something that never really crossed my mind, but in the past 2 years I randomly thought about it. But I don't wanna throw money on a 3DS capture card. They are very expensive. Then again, there is the customs. Don't wanna get through that shit again. Not soon. Not until I'm like driven enough. I don't think there is any better word. I'm sorry. You already got it. Bro, I'm super curious to see his Chimico when it will be pulled. Not gonna lie. I'd like to see some Duskulls, to be honest. Yeah. I'm a big fan of these. Yeah, 1000%. Whatever good words are spent over Sinnoh, I share them 1000%. I mean, I think he has plenty of time to be pulling some Duskulls. I have no clue about the percentages in that spot, but I don't know. I'm guessing 60% Shuppet, 38 Duskull, 2 Chimico. Can it be it? I think those 3 are the only ones you can find in that place, right? I've seen a video once about a Chimeco. It was a while ago. And I don't remember other Pokemons being foundable. But I might be wrong. Those are ants that I mean, that the one, of course, compare Mantyke to Chimeco, but the concept of the ants is similar since the target is low and there are only 2 other Pokemons beside the target. And this one is the real only, I mean, my really first ant in which I can really hard phase on literally the same Pokemons, and I want to see how I feel it, to be honest. I want to see how it turns out to be to my eyes, because so far I've always been like giving priority to ants that were kind of more giving me more utility. So like ants that if I was going like very long with, they were at least providing me a lot of variety of Pokemons, such as like the Stark Mountain, or for example Weezmoor, there were like 4 or 5 Pokemons in there. The Eterna Forest, I wish I found something else but my target, and that's that type of stuff. So like I've always been putting myself into this spot of finding at least different Pokemons if I was hard phasing, but in the end I didn't even find this many beside a few times. So there are 2 possible outcomes. I'm really hard phasing on this one and we'll finally experience it, or I'm just getting away with a Mantyke phase 4 and we screwed up again. Growing Suicune again. Yeah, he is very hardcore. I like it. Very cool. I don't. When I back then got asked which one was my favorite dex, I said that my favorite dex was the one in Gen 5, actually. But what I prefer is different from what I think is the best. Like if I gotta analyze the Pokemon, first of all, I'm not like a critic, so I mean, I don't have a degree in criticizing like Pokemons or whatever, so I can't really. My opinion doesn't really matter about what is best. But overall, I think in general, the majority of the Pokemons and the regions got very original and solid designs, honestly. I've also been more into the ones in Sun and Moon, not gonna lie, since I discovered them during the streams that I was just like googling all of them every time. I was kind of getting to know the Pokemons, and they rock. At first, like I wasn't a fan. I knew a few. I knew the thing of like changing the, like, for example, Alolan Dugtrio, or just like Alolan around Rattata. Not that I was not liking Rattata because he's fantastic, but I wasn't liking I was kind of conservative over how Pokemon used to be. So like just one Pokemon and no other forms. And I was wrong actually, because of course, like you gotta start. You gotta like you gotta consider the fact that they have to keep the brand going, and I think they did the best thing back then. The most like accurate way to keep like producing new Pokemons. That one was very fitting and very clean and very cool. So they were 100% right doing that. Then I don't like how Alolan Dugtrio looks, but I think that if like in some years I might start like kind of understanding that it is cool. I don't know. Ma bella Swampy, welcome. How's it? Nah, this show's still going. I don't know for how long though, but in the past days I've been I had like super bad, like a super bad routine. Not gonna lie, I was going bed like super late. But I kind of like. There are times in which like you have the vibe of like staying up and studying at night. Something very strange and rare, but sometimes there is that type of vibe and you just gotta embrace it. It is just a miracle that someone wants to study, I don't want, for example. But like, I mean, like, am I like, if I'm like just ending my studying session at freaking 10 p.m., can I freaking go have dinner and then go to bed without having haunted? No, I can't. So I gotta start like destroying my routine and start going bed late and waking up at like 12 in order to click some buttons. Interesting. I completely understand, because I mean I was not an hater, because I've never cared really. Like if I was seeing someone playing Gen 5, I wasn't going to them and I wasn't telling them blah, 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 go play Gen 4. I was just like, okay, I'ma just use close combat with Infernape. I don't care if you play Gen 5. Because back then I didn't even know that there was 8. Like I didn't know what internet was when I was playing Black and White, so. But I mean, makes sense. I'm just an undercover. I'm still an undercover Gen 5 hater, though. No, I'm kidding. But I don't see myself getting back to Gen 5 any soon once I'm done with One Piece Journey, for sure. Yeah. Give me a sec. If you clicked on the, I don't know, the locker, how's it called? Like the blocking thing button on the like Google Doc thing, and you just like limited the access, and you saw it is pretty easy as a thing. Like if you just limited the access to only people that have the link, I shouldn't be able to change it anyway. I'ma check it. Hold on. I must see from the phone, even if sometimes it is very bugged. So if I click on the like cells, I can see I can't interact. So I think it is it. But I don't know if, since it is by phone. But no, I think it is it. Honestly, it should be right. I will check it from the PC once I go off stream, and I will tell you. Like I will text you if it doesn't work. If I don't text you, it means it works. Welcome. I was skeptical of the new Pokemon just to fit in with anyone. Okay. I mean I don't agree. So I mean, like, I don't feel the same about the new Pokemons I've been seeing, really. But it's just because probably I'm used to other, like, I don't see them the same way I was seeing them when I firstly saw them in my life. So like, the point is that like I'm watching them being used to something else, and I'm like, even if I don't want to, I'm comparing them to the Pokemons I'm used to love, and so I'm just like ruining their essence. That is something I shouldn't be done. It's just the same thing as like when you like a show and you love the first season and there is a new season and you just feel like it is bad. Sometimes it is very bad and they fucked up and that's it. But Some other times it is just like they develop the show and you're just like too attached to what the show was to you, and so you're just like not really objective about it. That's what I think, and that's what I think my mind is doing. So I don't feel like I can really judge them, but I changed my mind over the Sun and Moon Pokemon, so I might change my mind over the others in the next years. I don't even know. But I've seen so many things that just feel too weird to me. I don't know if it is due to any bias or not, but that's it. Koraidon and Miraidon because they are motorcycles. I also don't hate them. I was talking about this with Sala and Verzi and Ring at the IRL. Because Verzi gifted us a very cool poster with the two legendaries in the front, or in the back the region. And for example, Sala said, "Oh, because like if you wanna attach it to like a wall, you gotta show one of the two sides. You know, you can show both." And I was actually doubting about which one I wanted to show, because the legendaries were cool looking to me. And Sala, before I could say that, Sala said, "Oh, I'm for sure showing the region, because like the legendaries are bad looking." And I was like, they're not too bad looking. Then I remember that he uploaded the video against Scarlet and Violet, and I was like, all right. A video that I watched again lately. The one he uploaded again, like in which he was like exploiting all the glitches and like all the weird stuff, and bro, that game is so fucking bad. Like I'm not a gamer, I don't know anything about video games, I've played nothing in my life, but bro, you were literally like running in a freaking like, I don't know, route, like a forest, I don't know, and bro, the FPS were just dropping like every single step you were taking. That was the worst thing ever. Like among all the ones you listed and you showed in the video, when I saw the freaking character just like taking 30 seconds to do like 4 steps, I was out of my mind. I mean, okay, you can't enter the houses and like just talk to people. Okay, you can just like literally go in front of a wall, just turn the view and you can see inside the wall. And okay, but bro, you can't just, you can explore a freaking place and you without running properly. Like, bro, I agree. I'm also kind of okay with the legendaries. Not that I analyze them this intensively, but first sight, they were cool. Honestly, every single time but by the way, I'm literally randomly picking messages and reading them, such as this one, even if they're not in order or whatever. So sometimes I will just talk about things that were mentioned like 10 minutes before, as I've always been doing. You already know. Honestly, every single time Gen 7 gets mentioned, I think about the very first one of the, no, it was not one of the very first streams, but it was like 2024, in which Ring said, in my honest opinion, he would love playing Sun and Moon. And to be honest, I agree. I think I would like them. I think I would actually have fun. And I discovered I can still have fun playing games just for the sake of playing games without having just like a goal behind them, such as like shiny hunting. Since I've been literally locking in a couple months ago into Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2010, a game that I've been playing when I was a child, and I randomly decided to play again, and I was like, bro, no lifing, unironically. And after that experience, I think that experience was really, it taught me a lot actually, because I would have never expected it. I would have literally, of course, like, it's not that I had like second thoughts behind it. don't know how to explain it. Like, it's not that I had a project behind it, but I was playing. I was like updating my knowledge about Yu-Gi-Oh, because there are like old formats that I was going into some months ago, and it was a cool way to start. I mean, if you play Yu-Gi-Oh like Edison format, God format, like it is that way of playing and those cards. So I was getting familiar with them, and it was just kind of a new journey starting for me, and it was very cool. It ended after like 2 weeks because I got bored, but I literally cleared I mastered the entire game. Like I found like the majority of the cards, solved all the puzzles. Like I had really a lot of fun. And so after this experience, I think that Sun and Moon, I would like to play them. I would have to play them in the right circumstances, but so if I was picking up if I had it right now and I was playing it, I wouldn't enjoy it right now. But whenever life brings me to a spot in which I have the time to do it, when I'm completely chilling and I don't have anything in mind for other stuff, it would be a great experience, I think. He said, when we were talking about Sun and Moon, he was like spoiling me the majority of the Pokemons of that region, and every single time I was like looking at them, I was like, oh, that's cool, and he told me that in his opinion, I would really like playing the games since I'm also still blind about them. Like I don't know the story, I don't know what I have to do. I only know that there are no badges, and I know that there are like some ants. Like I know some places because it happened that I saw some ants, such as the Wimpod one, or like the Sand Castle one, Sandygast. So it is on the beach. But beside these, like I don't really know too much. So it could be cool. Tough. Anyways, I didn't read a lot of things. Give me a sec. Really? I remember Salah saying he thinks they are worse than the ones in Kalos. Team Fleur. By the way, 1400 encounters collected today for Mantyke. It is actually pretty late, 2:30 AM. I should actually go to sleep. It is no, it is not always like this, but it is because of what I told you before. Like there is this bias of just like, I would call it the expectation bias. You're just expecting things, you just like build your own castle in your mind, and you just end up receiving not what you wanted, but something still handsome, but not what you wanted, and you're upset. But at some point, like later on, you understand that you still got something cool. Of course, doesn't happen every time. Like sometimes they mess up. For example, with Scarlet and Violet, I kind of trust Salah here. I think it's pretty fair after I also witnessed the game. Like it's pretty weird, but sometimes expectations really ruin a lot of things, actually. I don't remember if he stated that the Kalos ones are better, but I remember he said they are as bad. They are on kind of the same level. To be honest, there is something, and it is related to this bias that I hate. There is this. So I don't know. Like Italians right now definitely know a couple of YouTubers that are named Pantellas. Okay, I don't know if you remember, because I've seen this interview again after, like, I saw it when it was uploaded 8 months ago. I saw it again like 3 days ago, and it hurted me the same way it hurted me the first time I listened to it. And which it was one of these two YouTubers that was just like explaining what he was going through after having decided to change his path. Not change, but to add something to his path as a YouTuber. He started to make music, okay? And there is this sort of hate that there is always around, even in 2026. Like people just hating on YouTubers, thinking they are just like some retarded people that just try and do things that they shouldn't do, such as like making music or kind of like starting to do something different than they were doing, but without dropping what they were doing. Just something else, another way of expressing their own self. I'm talking about Jacopo right now. He went through a lot of bad things in the past years and that stuff, and literally the only thing he wanted to do was just like expressing his feelings through music. He like his soul was like just like needing to write songs, okay? And it's like the most noble thing on earth. I think that's where art comes from, I think. And people started hating on him, even if the songs were fire. And I'm not even a fan of like rock or like, I mean, I'm not a fan. I'm just like to casually listen to it, but I'm liking it more lately. But I've always kind of fucked with it. And he was doing rock stuff, and everyone hating in the comment, just like for free, literally. And in this interview, he was actually talking about like how bad he felt about it, how all the insults that you received like for absolute free, even if the songs were good, like judged from people that don't even know anything about music, just because he was doing something different than what people were used to see him doing. And this is still the expectation bias that I was talking about, but it is more even deep than that, because it is not expectation, it's just like pure, it's just like maybe recognition bias. You just like don't fit in anymore in what other people felt like you were fitting in before, and just start like yelling at it for free. And this is something that I can't stand at all, especially like literally in that interview he said people were acting as if I murdered someone. I just wanted to make music. And now he's not doing music anymore. He closed the Instagram page that I was also following, by the way, dedicated to this musical project that he had. Thank God, at least he didn't drop the songs from Spotify. Like they are still there, so I can still listen to them. But there are only 3. Like he started the project and he dropped it just because of everyone like saying he wasn't like just up to it. It was just a waste of time, that he was 40 years old, that he had to get a life instead of just like wasting time with music, that he is not a musician. And that's it, basically. And so I was kind of like going through the playlist of videos that I liked on YouTube, and there was this video I was kind of like wanting to like see. I don't know, I was just going through that playlist. I stepped across it, that video that I liked, very introspective interview. It was a podcast, not an interview, but a very introspective tour inside his soul and mind, I would say. And I watched it again, and to be honest, I wish I didn't watch it again, but I'm glad that I watched it again, because I remembered again about that song and I started rocking it again. So good. 7 Punks was the name of the project. Anyways. Callous rivals are so boring except from the show. Oh, the rivals. I'm done, bro. I thought you were talking about not the rivals. I thought we were talking about Team Flare, like the other team. Now that you named the girl, I understood what you meant. I'm sorry. No, yeah, Salah was talking about the team. By the way, yeah, I completely agree. Also, there were too many. It was like so dispersive. Like sometimes you were finding a few of them in your routes. It was super weird actually. Like the design, especially of the one guy, like not the one that like the smart one, but the other. I don't know the other guy. It was very cool. That one as a character. I like the design, but they just don't exist. Unfortunately, I have no clue about this, like who they are. Okay. No, yeah, I messed the whole thing up. I'm sorry. In Cena, bro, Barry was like challenging you every single day, unironically. Like you couldn't have the time to make a step, and he was just challenging you. He was obsessed. Hi, man. Thank you. To you too if you're hunting. And if you are, tell me what you're hunting for. Time to spread the ants. Anyways, Wumpy, did you know about the story I was talking about before? Did you see by chance that video of the podcast? Honestly, I don't even know how I stepped on it, because like he was like he was spreading a lot his name in like with the music stuff, and of course like I was following them when I was a child, literally, because I had friends of mine that were older than me, like friends of my family that had like children, and they were like 3 or 4 years older than me, and they were already into like YouTube when I was in elementary school, and they just used to come to our house, and we were just watching their videos together, their like parodies, like the Dragon Ball parodies that they made, those videos that are like 14 years old now, and I was loving them. I was a child, and we were having like so much fun. When I saw he was doing like music, I was like, oh, let me listen to it. And then I kind of got engaged into this new stuff that he was making, and I found out about this interview that now unfortunately wasn't seen by many actually. I think it has less than 2,000 views, even if he's a notorious person in Italy. And I wouldn't have expected it actually. I would have expected for it to make more views, and I was hoping for it to make more views, but it didn't. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay. Nozpas in third. Alright. Oh, this one is a tough one. I studied this ant. I was like I was just like kind of getting knowledge about Gen 3 before deciding not to own in Gen 3 anymore. And that one was something that very cool that I never saw like anyone doing online, that I was in my radar. But that one is tough. Then in the end I'm not into Gen 3, so I didn't consider it anymore. But that one is freaking tough. You are in the cave with Flash. you got the 2 rocks, one in front of you, one behind you, and then you gotta leave the... It is tough. And Nosepass is 20%. And you are not even... Like, you don't even have an encounter guaranteed. That one is freaking tough as an hunt. Best of luck. Are you counting the encounter? Like, I already had in mind what, like, how I would have built it if I was going after it. Like, I would have like set a counter for all the rocks I was smashing, because like the point of the hunt is the amount of rocks you're smashing, not even the encounters you're getting. Because like I don't even know the rate. Like, does Kenai? No, was it Kenai? I don't remember. Like, but like outside abilities don't work in Gen 3 besides Illuminate, right? So you don't have any way to manipulate the pace of getting a Pokemon out of a rock. Okay. Anyways, like I would have actually counted the amount of rocks I was breaking, because like that thing is... That hunt is really hardcore, because you gotta pay attention. It is slow, and it is at 20%. Like it has all the tough features. It is a very challenging hunt, and that really doesn't exist, because no one... I mean, I'm kind of out of the flow when it comes to video of shinies. I only see very few videos, but so it might even be that someone found it and made a video out of it. But when I was starting these hunts, it didn't exist, and that was the only reason why I wanted to do it, because it was a first level in Europe. Oh yeah, I was like, yeah. It was only Emerald that started to... it was the latest one, so yeah, makes sense. I had an entire spreadsheet that I downloaded from I don't know where, in which there were like all the abilities and in which games they were working, in which games they were not working. That might seem stupid, because you just gotta learn that like in Fire and Leaf Green and Ruby and Sapphire, they just don't work beside Illuminate, and all the others not really. And many like it is something that it might be easy to memorize, but there was also the fact that Suction Cups doesn't work in Diamond, Pearl and Platinum. It was not underrated. It was a cool spreadsheet, but it's something you can learn very easily in the end. So yeah. Team Stars is just a group of bullied and misunderstood kids. In America, you know what? They would have brought guns at school. In Spain, Palia, they just quit school and do cry. Alright. Okay. Did they? What did they bring in? I love these features, by the way. Having these little, these abilities that like just interact with the ants is very cool as a thing. As long as it doesn't get too much exploited, so that it becomes like stupidly useful. Already like Static and Magnet Pull are stupidly useful. Those two are cool to exist, but I think that if they didn't exist, it would have been cooler, probably. They kind of like messed up some ants, I would say. I don't know if really messed up, but kind of like made them be way too easy. Such as like the Steelix in the Cliff Cave, like it wasn't meant to be that easy. Also, like, I still gotta understand why Steelix is one of the few Pokemons that can only evolve through trade, that can be found in the wild. Because like beside that one and Gengar in the Old Chateau, I don't think there is any other that you gotta evolve like in such an hardcore way, and that you can find for free. Correct me if I'm wrong, but those two are the only ones I can think of. And I mean, Gengar is fair. Like you gotta go into that specific room. There is a lot of lore behind it. It is okay. Steelix is just like really for free in the Cliff Cave and also in the Iron Cave. I mean, I see. Don't get me wrong. Like I see a lot of Steelix being foundable in the wild, but to me, Steelix shouldn't have been a Pokemon that evolved through trade in the first place. Okay, so Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon are just like Platinum for Diamond and Pearl. It's just Platinum for Diamond and Pearl, right? Good to know. I mean, one day I'd like to buy a 3DS capture card, but I just don't want to cash that much right now. It is not even that. Like I would actually do that, but the fact that I gotta freaking do kind of like agreements with the seller in order not to pay the customs. Because like if I'm ordering it from America, I'm getting charged of like $100 if I'm cashing like, I don't know, $350. How much is it? Like the little 3DS. I mean, if I was buying a 3DS capture card, I would probably be buying a new 3DS XL. So I would probably be buying like 500. That is like a lot. I don't know. Does it go for that? Or they are even more expensive? Because I would completely see like a new 3DS XL capture card it being more expensive than $500. And then on top of that, you also gotta pay like $100 for the customs, because the customs are calculated on the price that got declared, and sometimes like I'm not even sure about this, but as far as I heard, sometimes even if you mark it as a gift, you get scammed by the customs. So like I mean, if it gets marked as a gift, you still kind of have to declare the amount and they can still charge you, I think. I don't remember, but I still don't understand how is it possible that I never paid the customs on the first 3 capture cards I bought in the same order. Because he didn't declare it as a gift. He definitely didn't, because I asked him, because I know him now. We're not friends, but like we trust each other. And when I bought him the additional capture cards after the first 3, he told me, bro, I didn't mark it as a gift, and I wasn't charged of anything. I don't know how. Now I discover I have like $1,000 of debt with the country. No, I'm kidding. Like it works that like the courier just like rings your bell and tells you, all right, I got your package. There is $70 freaking to pay. You wanna come down here and pay? And I'm like, no. But it didn't happen. I don't know how. Anyways, looking for Mantyke for multiple reasons. It matches my tastes in terms of the way it gets haunted. Since it is a low percentage, it requires most likely multiple phases. It is a rare target, so I like it. On top of that, there is a first level on YouTube, and I don't know why, but I probably have an OCD disorder, and I want to find first level on YouTubes, so Pokemon that never got found by any other live, and this Mantyke has never got found. Plus, I need it for the Living Dex in Sinnoh project of mine that I will be starting officially the next year. Even if right now I'm already collecting stuff. It looks good. And I can use the Oni. That is very cool. Something that is very underrated in my honest opinion in the shiny hunting world. And that I hope I will be a pioneer for. And that's it. This is enough value for me to hunt for it. New 3DS XL is for sure the best way to experience the 3DS game, but an old 3DS capture card is much cheaper. Yeah, I know that, but like, it is one of those like things that you buy that once you buy them, you gotta just buy really what you want the most, even if it is a bit more expensive. I think still that the new 3DS XL isn't twice as pricey as the normal 3DS. I think there are like $150 between the two. I think the 3DS still, like, I don't know the prices right now, especially for the 3DSs, because like I've never really been diving into them, but back then they were like $350. So like nowadays I would assume they are like $400, the regular 3DSs. So I don't know, like I would say a new 3DS XL capture card it'd be like $550, but that one is already a different thing to buy rather than a Fat DS, because like Fat DSs were very cheap. Like a 3DS XL might really be something that would be could be worth it to consider to just like install it yourself, because like the price, like they might just be like really asking for too much. But I don't know. I don't think it is anything I would be buying. It is one of the things that I think I'll be buying whenever life will bring me to like a very good deal out of nowhere. Sometimes it happens. It is tough for a capture card because it is like a niche. But I don't know, like you never know. Maybe within 2 years someone joins the Discord and says that he has a capture card to sell and he's something that I can trust and I can actually charge him of something, and he's in Europe and I wouldn't pay the customs, and it could work out. Just as, for example, as far as I remember, Rebirth was selling stuff on the Discord, just as that. It might happen, or like who knows? Maybe within some, like, the point is, like, I wouldn't be buying it for Sun and Moon, because I don't know if like I would be playing Sun and Moon like on stream, or I would be making a video out of the gameplay. I thought about making like walkthroughs, but I don't know if I'm into it. But I'll be buying that for like eventually hunting in Gen 6, but it is just like a thought that crossed my mind like a few times, but not really anything that I have plans for. So like I'm definitely not committing at all. Like right now for sure. Within the next years, probably even more, because like I don't wanna like drop this much money now that I mean like rents are like expensive, so I'd rather like save money for my future right now, unless it is like a mandatory thing to buy, such as like a capture card that I really need, or a computer or something that gives me like an insane amount of value. A 3DS capture card just wouldn't give me even enough value to cover like a third of its price. So not in terms of money, but in terms of like personal utility. So in terms of like how many videos it would actually make me be able to make out of it, how many hunts, like I don't even know which hunts I would be doing. Like right now, the only hunt that I feel like, oh yeah, it's cool, is the hunting for Pancham in Pokemon Wild, just because I like Pangoro, but it doesn't fit in anything that I want to do. It doesn't make sense. Like I don't know. At some point, I will. I don't know. The planets will just like align, and I will find a deal that makes it worth it, and I will just like dive into it. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are probably the most expensive Pokemon games on the 3DS. Are they expensive? Bro, I sold my freaking complete inbox Omega Ruby like 4 years ago for like 28 euros. That's not great. But they were super underrated back then, and I wanted to make money, so fuck Omega Ruby. I only play all gen. On God. 3DS market is awful. Tough. New 3DS XL costs as much as a Nintendo Switch. I don't even know how much a Nintendo Switch goes for. Bro, back then no one was interested in Omega Ruby. And ironically, it might even be more than... I think it is more than 4 years ago. But literally, like I listed it for like 30, 35, no 32, I don't know, 30 and something. And bro, it has been sitting there for like 1,000 weeks. And at some point I was like, all right. I wanted money to be able to invest into Yu-Gi-Oh cards in order to make more money. So I said, get away from me. Yeah, everything is like twice as expensive, unironically. That's probably even why capture cards go for that much. Like after having experienced America the past week for the first time, I already knew that the market was insane, but not only about like Pokemon cards. Like I've always been like kind of inside of the American market when I was playing Yu-Gi-Oh, and like cards were like if a card was like meta was like, I don't know, 90 euros each, in America was like $120. That is insane. And it's just because like they are just like so rich, like that's why. Unironically, like everything is like insanely expensive. No, not everything. I would say special, like food is extremely expensive. For the other stuff, it depends. But in general, they are more. I mean, if there is any American right now listening, I don't know if you've ever been to Europe, but from what I've seen, cash is king. I had 3DS capture card and 1 2DS capture card. Nice. Hold on, the 2DS, the flat DS, the one that can't be closed. Didn't even know that one could have been old in a capture card. If it is that one. If it's a new 2DS, then that must have been pretty expensive. I had no clue that thing could have been capture carded. Sorry, which ones? What are you referring to? Bro, 12 is insane. Unfortunately, I have no clue about like the market back then. Like I was just a child. Like, I mean, when Emerald was out, I wasn't even born. So I think no, it was 2004, 2006. When did it come out? I mean, I was born in 2003, so like I was definitely not into the market back then. Crazy. I mean, they must have like advanced into the like building that stuff like in the past years. Like I've been out of the game actually since I got mines. Tiago, I think, was telling me a while back then, like that people were trying to make it fit into like DS Lite. That would be insane. But I don't know about that actually. Oh, you too? I didn't know. That's cool. Yeah, might be. About I mean, about, yeah, not only about Pokemon actually. He had been texting me multiple times about even other DS games, very old, that were going for like I mean, not randomly, but an insane amount of price. Not randomly because they were like, I don't know, short printed or I don't know what. But sometimes like all these, there are 1,000. I mean, the majority of the DS games, like 99 of the DS games that exist, I don't even know them. And sometimes like he tells me, oh bro, there is this Barbie game that is like 90 bucks. I'm like, what? Okay. Yeah. I mean, let children be children, you know? Fuck money, fuck markets. Nowadays, kids like grow up already knowing stuff at like 6 years old. Like, bro, I don't want to be that guy that actually complains and says, "Oh, this generation, the new generation." Because like, yeah, I seem like an 80 years old, but bro, these generations are cooked. I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty sad, actually. Yeah. I think I might have got my pearl around that time too. I don't know. No, probably 2010 or 11. I think I was like I don't remember when my sister received her first DS. But it was a DS Lite, and I think it was kind of fresh as a console when she received it. And of course, I was always stealing it from her to play. I'm 4 years younger than her, so, and I was like very young when I was doing that. So, and then at some point, like, my parents understood, like, I had to receive one unless like they wanted for my sister not to see her DS again, because like I was just stealing it every time. I think like I received it because when I received it, I also received DR4, in which I was playing online Pokemon Pearl and that stuff. And I think it was like 2000 and gotta be like 2010 or 11. I think I was like 8. It was like the very first years of like elementary school. So no, maybe 7. When do you even enter elementary school? I don't know, 7. Let's say 7. So 2010. For real. I mean, we've already been talking about it. We have just had the chance to experience the best part of everything, to be really honest. Even if maybe, I mean, like I think that the most GOAT generations are like the ones that go from, I think, people like that were born around like 1995 to 2006, I would say. They were able to like experience the best stuff without the utility cure, like never getting like, I mean, always going up without like getting too steady, I would say. Like being a child nowadays gotta be tough, to be honest. I agree with you, but I think this is a bias again. Like just because we didn't experience Gen 3, like I just like I started touching Gen, like we are already grown up, like we can't see the thing like the same way we would have seen it like when we were child, you know. I'm 100% sure if I was born in like 1999 and I had the 98 and I had the chance to play Gen 3 and have Gen 4 as still my childhood, but a little bit like if I had to experience like both Gen 3, 4 and 5 in my childhood, like I'll be very attached to Gen 3 too. If you approach Gen 3 once you're used to other games, like I mean newer games, it feels like not too slow, but just it feels like a game from a century behind. I don't know, before. It feels different, but I think it is all because we didn't play it when we were children. Oh yeah, I mean if you're talking about lore and that stuff, I have no clue because I don't know the Gen 3 one. Bro, you're talking to a very big fan of Gen 6, to be honest. And that one was really... It is unmatched, literally. And they did it so good. And of course, like, people had to hate on it, but it is just because you're not ready to it. Like, you're just used to other stuff and you get that and it is peak, but you just can't accept it because you were just looking for something else. Gen 6 is goated. To be honest, I really don't like pretty much anything about Gen 3. Really. Besides the fact that there are pixels and it feels like, and it is all Gen, so it kind of feels relatively similar to Gen... I mean, it seems more similar to be playing Gen 4 than being playing Gen 6. Like, Gen 5 is more similar to Gen 4 than Gen 3 is to Gen 4. I prefer way more the vibes of Gen 5, but still, I'm not really even the best fan of Gen 5 vibes. But I'm just talking about, like, in terms of just even shiny hunting, because in the end, like, I really never really cared too much about Gen 5, so I don't know. And the same thing is for Gen 3, but at least I have relatively great vibes in terms of shiny hunting when we are in Gen 5. In Gen 3, I just don't like it, I don't know. I really don't know when I would ever be back in Gen 3. I agree. I think they have the potential, like, in terms of like how they look and how they. I mean, X and Y are not like as smooth as like Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, of course, but if only X and Y was that smooth, like, probably really also Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire might be peak. Like, it might be that like Pokemon reached the peak in Gen. Let's say also Gen 3, because in the end it is very loved, even if I'm not a lover, but let's trust the crowd. Let's say that the peak is Gen 3, 4 and 5, and like it did like these, and then like I don't know if it is like the curve goes down after Gen 5 because Gen 6 is worse than Gen 5, or if it stays at the level of Gen 5, because in the end, like, Gen 6 is amazing to me, and with the innovation that it brought, to me it might even be better than Gen 5, to be honest. And I'm only referring to X and Y. Then if you bring in also Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire that are, like, I didn't play the games, but I don't know, they feel like way too smooth. They might really, like if there are two peaks, the second peak is for sure Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. If the first one, to me, is jump 4 the first one. So if the curve goes this way, jump 4 on the top, then goes down, and then it goes up again because of Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. I didn't even play the games, but there are the megas. There are the legendaries, awakening, I don't know. The character just moving around is just like so fucking cool. Like the experience that you get away with is insane, I think. Understandable. But you know, like saying these things might be misleading. Like someone might actually get away with the fact that like you feel like Gen 6 is not great. It is just like not as great, but it's still very good. And I mean, I know you share my mind. I just wanted to highlight it. I mean, I didn't play the games, but I agree. I mean, there is a reason why I didn't play them. I think. No, this doesn't count. But I don't know. They didn't catch me. Who knows? Maybe if Gen 5 was like loved since the very beginning, they like Gen 6 would have never came up the way it came up. I mean, 100%. They of course like changed their plans on the customer choice, but I'm curious to know like how much different they would be right now. Like there is a world, like there is a parallel world in which like X and Y just do like the same graphic as Pokemon Black 2 and White 2. Like super, like still not 3D, like pixeled, like stuff. And it would be a very weird world. I couldn't imagine Gen 6. Oh my goodness, like imagine Gen 6 in like Gen 5, like no, it doesn't feel right. Bro, I remember when Legend Arceus got announced, there was a friend of mine, a classroom of mine, also a friend of mine, but I remember we were in class. I don't remember if it was like the 4th year or the 5th year in high school, but we were like, what's it called? Like, I mean, he was like in my same desk. Like it was a desk mate. And at some point, like he showed me these leaks. I was completely out of the world, even if I was already like on YouTube, etc. Like I just didn't know anything. As right now, like I wouldn't know anything if you didn't tell me during the streams. And he showed me these things, and I was like, bro, like you were literally just in the open world. It was like insane as a thing. And he was like, oh yeah, it's crazy. He was already ready to be like just like hacking the game and just playing it for free on the PC. He was like, he told me, oh, if you want, I can send you the ROM like to play. I was like, no, chill. But the game was sick. And I mean, as far as I've seen, like since YouTube, even if I wasn't really engaging with that type of content, YouTube was like fulfilled of Legend Arceus stuff. I think more than other games when they were launched. And it was like that game was massive to my eyes back then. Like it really made people talk. Like I don't know, like I mean, it was like I would say it was liked. All right. I don't know. Then I might be wrong. I don't know if like people loved it this much. But also, no, like the game was very cool to see being played. And to be honest, when like I even considered like playing the the cheated game he wanted to give me about Legend Arceus, like to play it on PC. At the time when the game didn't even come out, he was telling me I can send you like the demo. Like he was super like nerdy about these things and he knew like where to get them. And I kind of was tempted. I was like, bro, are you telling me I'm playing like Legend Arceus, like that is linked to, in the end, Diamond and Pearl? Because I mean, Legend Arceus, it could be a great experience. In the end, I didn't do that, but I was tempted. That is still something. Anyways, I think I might be getting to 1800s and then I drop off. It is pretty late and I'm actually getting pretty tired. Very clean. I didn't feel it at all. 4 hours of stream. It was cool. So I'm getting like another 10 encounters, so like 2 actual encounters. Makes sense. They were everywhere. Talking about again like spoilers, etc. Like, it was impossible literally to avoid those spoilers. Unironically. Also because like they were like just whatever, even like random picture you were looking at, it was just like something you didn't know, like because the game was new. Because we were talking about like spoilers about One Piece and like animes and shows. In the end, if you see random pictures of One Piece, like you can see new villains, but okay, you saw them, but it's not a big spoiler unless you get told that they die or whatever. It is just a picture, and then at some point you will come across it, and it doesn't really ruin anything, in my honest opinion. But about a game, it does. Yeah, exactly. Anyways, I don't know if you have anything else to say. If not, I think I will go off. Guys, thanks so much for being my company. I enjoyed all this stream, as always. I hope you did the same. And that's it. We collected 1800s, 13k total overall into the Mantyke count, and that I'm expecting to eventually get to like way more than 100,000 encounters. So far, it never really happened yet. So, I mean, that I was getting like this many encounters for an hunt, I think. I mean, like I got like 100 and a bit more than 100,000 for coughing, but that felt like nothing. Anyways, that's it. I will catch you in the next one. Take care and have a good one.